There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh.
Andrea and Andreas!
Andreas! We have you here!
We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Spaghetti?
Dobra.
Burger?
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's the
Because
easiest
it's
to
the best
memorize,
one.
and you still
It's actually very
mess up
complicated
theory.
at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories.
Yeah.
Opa!
Yes! Merde, I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea, molti che viene sotto la media.
Alright, we're crossing the river and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired. That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
He couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful. And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The
Yay,
legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but station to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand.
Did you hear that?
Okay, this is too much. I'm out of it.
Don't leave.
Which we're going to be seeing. One of the main pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some figgy pudding. Now give us some figgy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knight move?
Wait, help me, because they're just another draw!
I feel one-sided there. My sister just beat the 2500 of chess 24. Yeah.
Our last game is over.
I know.
It's not going to be long.
Oh, me too.
Who's gonna climb it off? Is it over? Why are you still here? It's not going through. Look, Alex, what else did you want? Where's the rain not going through? Bonjour, Alamon. Bienvenue à Paris. Yeah, are you start?
What are you doing?
Yeah, what is this?
There's a little hat.
Yes.
Oh.
Andrea and Andreas! Andreas! We have you here! We have a girl gang. I've never had this in my life. This is very exciting, and they're all better than me at chess.
I know a lot about wine, obviously. Drink it every morning. No, sorry, that's whiskey in Ireland. I confuse the two things. Bagel?
Burger.
Burger?
It's 30 seconds to a minute. Alex might lose her first match.
Literally no one opening that's the
Because
easiest
it's
to
the best
memorize,
one.
and you still
It's actually very
mess up
complicated
theory.
at higher levels. Yeah. Coats and accessories. Yeah.
Opa!
Yes! Nerd, I understood that.
So we made it to London barely.
Andrea, molti che viene sotto la Belgia.
All right, we're crossing the river, and there's Big Ben.
This is supposed to be team chess. Okay. I'm tired.
That was fucking terrible. I'm never doing it again.
You couldn't get a gambit already. Palms are sweaty, they're heavy, but on the service he's in check already.
I'm so powerful.
And we are here with Alex's best Norwegian friend. Get in here, Hammer. Get in here, Hammer.
Welcome. I have notes. The
Yay,
legendary
notes.
Oslo Botez Oslo tour.
Yay.
What do you think about this work, Nick? Look at this framing. Okay, the framing is not great, but nation to the royal palace.
Okay.
And it has all.
We're here with Anna Kremling, my new Botez sister. Might even bring her to Dubai.
Overhand machining.
Did you hear that?
Okay, this is too much. I'm out of it.
Don't leave me.
Which we're going to be seeing. One of the main pieces.
Good tidings we bring to you and your friends. We wish you a Merry Christmas and a Happy New Year. Now give us some piggy pudding. Now give us some piggy pudding.
We got with us Alexandra and Andrea Botez.
Let's just say.
Do you think chess people are fun?
Honestly, I really enjoy hanging out with chess players. And
The Botez sisters are like sharks, and there's just eels just flying around. Like
Andrea comes up with only the most refined, classiest, high-quality questions ever.
How does the knights move?
Wait, how do we do this? Another draw! I feel one.
Hello. There's a move on the board. I'm not sure what's going on. Why are the moves on the board? And the camera disappeared. And now there's no moves on the board. There's a glitch in the matrix. We may have seen the future, people. We may have seen the future, but no spoilers just yet. This is the second round of the Prague Open, featuring, amongst others, Miss Alexandra Botez in frame, and Miss Andrea Botez, currently sick, lacking her luggage, having the worst room. Am I forgetting anything? And also not present for the game just yet. They should be starting in about 4 minutes by my calculations. Let me see if we can get... If I go here... No, this is the bottom. Okay, so it's just going to be a very close one on Alexandra. Maybe move her a little bit here. That makes sense. Alexandra is playing an 8-year-old. Or a 7-year-old or a 9-year-old. I don't remember exactly, but it's a single digit age opponent for Alexandra. She tried to escape North America, saying that, oh no, it's so difficult to win rating in North America. There's all the North American kids. She goes to Prague. She's paired against a kid, and not just any kid, a Californian kid. Literally traveling halfway around the world, only to be paired against a kid she could have played back home in LA. But, you know, that's how it works. And I've spent some time in the preparation trying to prepare Alexandra for, you know, not being afraid of the kids. So we've tried to highlight the reasons this 8-year-old is not super scary. And in order to do that, I did have to talk some trash about 8-year-olds. So maybe I should be censoring that for the stream. Ignoring her opponent and looking at her phone, an alpha move. I think definitely that's pretty alpha, but also not sure that any 8-year-old is gonna understand what alpha even means and care even remotely what Alexandra is doing before the game. The advantage of being a kid is that you just don't think that much. The advantage, it manifests in many ways. For instance, when your coach says, oh, you should play like this, an adult says, oh, why? Can you explain? I need to fully understand why. A kid just says, okay, coach, and then they start winning games. So you can't really have psychological warfare against a kid. She's 9 years old. I don't think she's 9 years old. It's February. And my impression is that her birthday is a bit later in the year. But let's just say that this kid's rating has been going down in the last 6 months. And that has really been emphasized as a way of prepping Alexandra and making her feel optimistic about the game. She peaked at 6 years old. I'm not sure she's peaked just yet, but she's quite good. I think the odds on whether this kid will be better than Alexandra, I know what I would guess. The kid won't stop looking at her. It's a big moment. Imagine being on the big stage this early in your career, playing against the Alexandra Botez and potentially beating her. How many children have made you cry beating? Oh, have I made cry? I thought you were asking how many kids have made you cry, because honestly, that number is not 0. I would guess I've made some kids cry. But in general, kids know that I'm quite strong. So I feel like that dampers their expectations a little bit. Hopefully Andrea signed her water bottles to recognize them. She seemed genuinely upset at herself for being confusing or having like some weird situations yesterday. So how many have made you cry? I mean, there's definitely gonna be like 2. I suppose it also depends on your definition of kid, right? I'm assuming as 14-year-old we still call a kid, right? Whiteside in both games, yeah. So that's the good news. The bad news is, just like Alexandra, Andrea is also having to play against a kid. So the trying to escape North American kids has failed miserably in Alexandra's case, who is playing a North American child. And then it's failed moderately in Andrea's case, as she's playing a Ukrainian kid. So then she gets a taste of that nationality of kids may not be the issue. It's rather their significant improvement rate, if anything. Where's Andrea? I don't know. And also the moves are not popping up on Alexandra's board, so we're gonna have to do that manually. That's not Alexandra's board. This one. Oh, and the moves are popping up. Why didn't it pop up? Okay, I need to check OBS to make sure things are working the way they should. Okay, so far Alexandra is in her prep. So her opponent is kind of weird. She's 8 years old and her repertoire is literally old school openings, including the Berlin. Imagine starting to play the Berlin at 8. I remember feeling like an old man when I started playing Berlin at 17. But, you know, what are you gonna do? So Alexandra is playing the Queen's Gambit. Her opponent is playing the classic Queen's Gambit declined. Alexandra and Romy both developing their knights. And here Alexandra captures in the center. We get the well-known Karlsbad structure in case of pawn takes and then bishop up. White has an extra pawn on the E file. Black has an extra pawn on the C file. There's been written literal more than one book on this pawn formation called Karlsbad, after the resort town, I think it is, of Karlsbad. The board becomes pale when I'm not in the current position. I just enter the moves within the chess.com events page. Anyway, so yeah, if you take back here with the pawn, you get this Karlsbad structure, which is well known and written books about and yada yada yada. But her opponent instead goes with the knight, trying to get the early trade between the knights. Because Romy Milner, as an 8-year-old girl, I gotta say, her repertoire opening wise in chess is fantastic. She plays the same old man openings that I do. So I played it like this. This is called the semi-Tarash, and it basically you go for an early trade of your pieces, and then you go for another trade using your pawn to put pressure in towards white's center. Alexandra is just going to develop her pieces. Another trade between the pawns, and then you get the bishop out. The bishop points in towards the king, and now Alexandra is going to block that, and we're going to have a trade of bishops as well. I actually played this in the World Junior Championship back in 2010 because I knew I was an old soul. At 20, actually, I knew it earlier than that. And I played old man openings at, I would say, like 17, 16. I knew who I was, and I wasn't afraid of showing it. And apparently, Romy is the same. She's just younger. Much younger. Romy is playing old man woman openings at 8. And we're gonna see if it works. How have you prepped Alexandra for this pawn structure? I basically told her that endgames are bad for white because black has this 2 versus 1 on the queen side, which means black can often try to push the pawns forward on this left side of the board and overpower the white pawn and maybe even go in and become a new queen. You often want to have pawns far away from the kings in an endgame. Because then if Alexandra ends up castling to the king's side, she's going to have to run all the way over to the other side to try and stop black's pawns. So I basically told Alexandra, don't trade queens, which I think makes a lot of sense considering Alexandra's playstyle. She's rather aggressive, so trading queens isn't necessarily something that's in her favor anyway. That being said, when you trade queens, you can blunder your queen. So there are pros and cons. Is Andrea not playing? I'm pretty sure Andrea's playing, but she did say yesterday that she's not feeling great. Oh, Vila's giving some information in chat. I think Rum is 9. Okay, when's her birthday then, Nick? How do you figure out her birthday? Anyway, Alexandra told me like half an hour before the game that she had some problems with her computer and she wasn't able to look at the lines I had recommended in this semi-Tarash opening. So I'm a little bit nervous about how much prep time Alexandra has had. But I am happy to announce, comfort the viewers, that this is still within the preparation we had for this game. And there's a profile online that says she's 9. I mean, I know her birth year because the World Chess Federation has birth year for everyone, but her birth year is 2015. Which means she's either 8 or 9. And I'm just using my mathematical skills, thank you very much, and saying that it's more likely that her birthday is not in January and February than it being in those 2 months. Math, very good with numbers, this guy. Okay, it seems like we've figured out a solution where the camera is directed at Andrea and Andrea only. So let me move this. Oh, darn it. I can even move this a little bit over to make sure that we really don't get any. I can move it so that I only get the board. And there she is, Andrea sitting down for the game, shaking hands with her opponent. Andrea, just like Alexandra, starting out with the move d4. So both sisters with the white pieces and both sisters using the d4 move to begin. But then Andrea makes a well-known mistake on move 2. That's a bit disappointing. Knight to c3. This is a classic beginner's error. You're putting your knight in front of your pawn so that your pawn may not challenge for control in the center. That is very unfortunate for Andrea, that she's made this silly mistake so early on, blocking her pawn's ability to participate in the central fight. That is, that's a tough start. Tough start for Andrea right there. Let's hope she manages to pull herself together after such a silly mistake. Hammer's hurting right now. I tried to get her to stop playing this. I really tried. I said, I said what I said now. I said, are you sure you want to do this? Are you sure you want to be blocking central? I feel like I did my part. And now the only thing I can do to try and stop her is to heckle her. If I keep heckling, then maybe she'll stop playing this. It's my best bet. If she likes this opening, it's her choice. Yeah, I guess. Free will, how annoying. Why is the Jabava bad? Because you're blocking this pawn from participating in the fight for the center. That's essentially my opinion, and I'm sticking to it. Did I lose against Jabava? Yes, I did. Did he play Jabava against me when I lost to him? No, I didn't. No, he did not. So, Jabava is a good player, but when he plays, another good player, then suddenly he's not playing this silly opening. Make of it what you will. Do you have a chess results link for their section? I do. Did Rapport play it? I mean, even I played it at some weak moment. But I'm saying you shouldn't do it, even if others have. What rating are the opponents? If you do !op, then you'll see the ratings. Romy is 1700 and Alexander is almost 2000. Hikaru said openings don't matter at Andrea's level, and Hikaru's right. But considering openings don't matter, why don't we play the openings that follow basic sound principles? If openings don't matter at her level, well, my philosophy is that, your goal is to get to a higher level. And why spend the time now doing an opening that will not withstand the test of time? And as you progress into a stronger player, maybe you want to have a better opening. Alexandra playing a 9-year-old? No. Her opponent is 8. We're pretty sure. But her opponent is going to be 9 this year. But mathematics tell us that she's more likely 8 than 9. Alexandra looks like a giant. I mean, Alexandra is reasonably tall. But I don't think that's why she looks like a giant in this case. I like my King's Gambits and Smith Moras, but at least the King's Gambit and the Smith Mora is sensible openings in some ways, in that it follows general principles of attacking in towards the center and trying to take control and getting quick development. Here, Andrea has already lost that one pawn that had some kind of central influence. She's traded that pawn off towards the side of the board. The pawn is surrounded, about to be captured, and there's now a 2 versus 1 situation in the center. She's already worse according to the computer. After move 7 with white. I mean, I am saying it in some jest, but I'm also kind of serious. The Jabava is not a sound opening from a general principle point of view, and it makes a lot of sense playing the openings that follow good sound principles, because then you don't have to learn so much opening theory. You can just say, oh, I should probably attack the center, develop my pieces, and get castled. But when you play an opening like the Jabava London that breaks these principles very early on, you become much more dependent on knowing the precise moves rather than just following the general kind of guidelines. No, but seriously, in chat, if you're considering playing the Jabava London, you can do that. It's your right. But you're making your chess journey just a little bit more difficult for yourself. Can we put the kids' rating in the layout? We can. I just chose not to. But Vila, I guess, right now is my boss. So if he wants me to, I will do it. But I will do it under protest. We are too obsessed with ratings. And instead, we should focus on the individual characteristics of our opponents and not just consider their number. We're ranking people. But I will do it. Because I was told to do it. Okay, Alexander, what's his rating? He's like 19 something. 19, damn it, I have it on my other screen. $1983. We still don't have clocks for Andrea. Is that a thing? Apparently Andrea doesn't have clocks on her board. I'll just remove it then. We'll make Alexander a bit bigger. Oh, that's too big. Oh, that's too big. Oh gosh. This is not me being bad with tech. This is just tech being misbehaved, in my opinion. Okay. Here you go. Here's his number. But we value him as a human more than his number. And then Romy, she's 17 something. 17... 16. Okay. Happy? Everyone happy? More complaints? Where did Andrea's clock go? Andrea's clock is not connected. I don't know why not. Why did Andrea lose 9 minutes at the start? I'm not sure she lost 9 minutes. I don't think they started the clocks. They were having a discussion with her opponent. Could we hide the ratings? No. Apparently, the people who don't want to put special emphasis on rating has been downvoted, overruled. Your complaints may be submitted with Mr. Vila. It was running when her opponent was complaining. Okay, I'm not a big fan of that, but what are you gonna do? Left board isn't working. Why isn't it though? I don't understand. I thought I did what I'm supposed to do. I'm having to do 2 different windows because it's 2 different boards. But when I don't have the window up, I thought it's supposed to update itself. Kid finally made a move. Yeah, so Romy played knight to d7, which is the #1 move in this position. So, but it's a good sign that Alexandra is still in her prep, and she seems kind of confident about it too. Alexandra is playing reasonably quickly, and she's still within the moves we had planned before the game. Thank you, Reyes, for the 67 months. I appreciate it. Wow, and Crazy Coffee Man coming in with the 66. Back-to-back 60+ month subs. Love to see the long-term loyalty. Bezeko is from Ukraine. Yeah, so Andrea went all the way to Europe to try and find old, overrated dudes. And now instead she gets to feel the wrath of a Ukrainian teenager. She's going to go into some endgame and she's going to learn that kids are scary all over the world. It's not just the US and Canada. How did they do yesterday? Unfortunately, both the girls lost, JJ. But they were playing very, very strong opponents. They were huge underdogs in both games. So losing the first one wasn't really that big of an issue. The issue is more that Andrea is not feeling too good. She lost her luggage and she has some, she's feeling a bit sick. So that was the main cause of concern for yesterday. Did Andrea just play bishop f4? No. Oh, I didn't. I'm gonna have to. So she played bishop f4 really early on. Now she's just developing. She must have played bishop f4 ages ago. Andrea played bishop f4 early. Those who know, they know. Andrea and the London. They go together. What's Alexandra's rating? Is it like 1980? Actually, I think I may have... Let's look at some of the layouts we have. So we have this one, but we also have this one. And these actually include both the opponent's rating and the girls' rating. Ooh, but the cropping is not entirely. I think I'm gonna stay on this one for the time being, though. I like this one. Do you read YouTube chat? No, I mean, I struggle even reading Twitch chat, unfortunately. I'm an old man with old eyes and a limited attention span. The second layout is better. I disagree, but... And I get to make the decisions. So that's good. Aren't a lot of kids underrated? Yes. Yes, they are. Text too small on the second layout. That's my opinion too, yeah. But this layout is a bit like, you can tell that I've been doing stuff manually, which is not great. It doesn't have the same kind of machinic symmetry, but I think it's fine. I'll adjust it over the week and it's gonna look good in the end. Make some minor adjustments. Okay, Andrea realized that her opponent was still visible, so she wanted to make sure that she got him out of frame, but she didn't think about that I had already fixed that. So I'm just gonna now get a little bit, so just so that we get the last little rook on the left side. Okay, things are progressing in Alexandra's game. Alexandra just pushed her pawn forward to d5. Very straightforward play from Alexandra. She realizes that these two pawns will come under pressure from the black pieces, and so she chooses to strike before her opponent even gets time to get the pieces out. What a brilliant move from Alexandra. Very interesting attempt. Actually, this has been played extensively at the top level, with white scoring more than 75% in their favor. Incredible play from Alexandra. Fantastic preparation. She's amazing. Her coach must be very good. Okay, the pawn in the middle is captured. This is considered the worst of Black's three options in that situation. Now, Alexandra can take back with the pawn, which is the correct way to proceed in the two other alternative universes of this move. But actually here, taking back with the bishop is just as good, because you put that pressure down towards the rook, force the rook to move, and then you can centralize your own rooks in the meantime. And Black actually has some problems getting the pieces developed in this circumstance, because if the knight moves forward, then Alexandra will have trickery based on these this rook and queen, but she takes with a pawn because she only read some of the prep. But it's okay. It's okay. At least she read some of the prep, I guess. Oh. You like bishop takes, Lula? Yeah. Bishop takes was the move. But so the problem here is that there were three options for Black. There's takes, there's knight here, and there's knight here. And if the knight moves, then you're always taking back with the pawn, because like if the knight goes here and you go here to protect this pawn that the knight threatened, and then takes, here bishop takes is not so good because Black can respond with bishop to b7 and get the trade between the bishops. Not only do you get the trade, you also get the queen trade. And we talked about this earlier, how queen trades often favor black in this opening because black has the 2 versus 1 on the far side away from the kings. So in this situation, taking with the bishop would not be good. And also here, if knight comes here, then there are some variations where black later takes in the center. And here you don't take back with the bishop, because even though you are threatening the rook, that bishop just gets captured immediately by the black knight. So essentially, black was supposed to do a preparatory move before capturing this to make bishop takes bad. But because Romy did this immediately, then actually taking with the bishop was quite good for white, despite pawn takes being the main plan for white in this position. So now we're out of prep, but we can get back into prep. If Romy plays knight here or knight here, we will transpose to some of the lines that were studied. I'm fully remote, Wolf. What opening would you prefer Andrea to play with white? I mean, the London, I would prefer she play the London over the Jabava London. I just dislike the general idea of having the knight blocking the c-pawn's ability to influence the center. Are you giving them both prep? No, fortunately not. That would be very difficult, prepping both of them at the same time. So I'm only working with Alexandra, and then Andrea, I think, is being helped by the other Alex. Are Alexandra and Andrea's feeder ratings accurate or outdated? I mean, feeder ratings don't really expire on time. So your question becomes kind of philosophical in some ways, that are they worthy of their current ratings, having not really played that much over the past couple of years? And my general feeling is that the rating system in chess is one of the best things we have. And it's something other activities, sports, competitions kind of envy us. In fact, soccer, the #1 sport in the world, are adapting a lot of the chess stuff into their own systems. So for instance, the FIFA World Ranking, which ranks countries, they have started now using the chess rating system, the ELO system, to rank teams. Soccer, EU triggered. And the worst thing is, I was trying to trigger the US by saying soccer is the greatest sport. And then I forgot that everyone thinks that the way I learned to speak English is the wrong one when it comes to soccer. But it's the right one when it comes to everything else. Tricky thing. Hammer managed to upset everyone. It's a talent. It's a talent I have. Okay. Andrea castled. Okay, so her opponent castled. Andrea castled. Andrea has been up a pawn now for like 3 moves. Her opponent seems to be refusing to capture this pawn, either with the bishop or the knight. His problem is that if he captures this guy with the knight, then Andrea will play pawn to a3, attacking the bishop. And if the bishop moves back, Andrea will have this double attack against the bishop and against the knight. And this may explain why the computer actually wants black to capture this pawn with the bishop. Despite this knight not really being in its best positioning, the knight wants to contribute further forward, but if the knight comes forward, then it's going to block the bishop's ability to kind of hide away and escape should Andrea start attacking the bishop. So bishop takes is being recommended as somewhat better for black. And it seems like Alexander is, he's very much aware of this idea, because he now 2 moves in a row has chosen not to capture. Oh, actually, it's just 1 move. So first he chose not to capture this because he wanted to use the knight instead. But now he's delaying capturing with the knight because he realizes that may be detrimental to the bishop. He's going to need to get the pawn back. So I'm expecting either the bishop or the knight to capture now. And then if the knight captures, Andrea will quite obviously, in my mind, start putting pressure on the bishop, since the bishop cannot escape back into safe harbor. And if you take with the bishop, I guess Andrea will then try to push forward in the center. And this could be quite good for Andrea. If the trades happen, then she will have very nice bishops that's pointing together towards this black queen side. And my instinct here is that this looks kind of nice for white. And then the computer comes and says it's good for black. And I guess the computer is right most of the time, but it looks nice for white. Why do they get so much time compared to how they normally play chess? So what is normal changes over time, Norm. And I guess you're kind of right that normally they play the blitz time control, which is like 3 minutes for each player. But when you play in real life, having an hour and a half on the clock is the normal time control. So this is what's known as classical chess. The name kind of saying what it means, that this is the classic, the old school way of playing. And actually it was even worse back in the day. Like before my time even, back in like 1995, they would have like 2.5 hours to start the game. So 1.5 hours is not that much in comparison with the good old days, but it's way, way more than anyone really plays when playing online chess. So real life chess kind of has a life of its own kind of time controls and habits and whatnot. Instead of classical chess, they should call it real chess. But don't you... I kind of agree with the original question, right? Because who plays the most games? Of course, the most games being played is blitz games, by far. Where do you spend the most time playing chess? Like, if you play 100 classical games a year, maybe you play 500 hours of classical chess, but you're still going to be using way more than 500 hours playing blitz chess online. So even if you're a guy who primarily wants to focus on classical chess, you're still going to be playing more online blitz than you are playing over-the-board tournaments. So I agree that online blitz is the normal. But this is not normal. They've gone all the way, halfway around the world to Prague, one of the nicest cities in the world. They're staying at a fancy hotel. They're being surrounded by their fans post-game, asking for autographs and pictures and whatnot. And they're out there experiencing the world, promoting the game, and any other cliche you can think of. Is that Andrea's water? I think it was. I think she actually didn't mess up this time. Refresh Alexandra's board. I swear these boards were working yesterday, no? Yesterday the boards were updating themselves properly, right? Is it me making a mistake? They're also experiencing getting wrecked by kids. Well, that they can do online as well. That is not a real life. It hurts more real life, definitely. It's nicer to not have to see how little your opponent is. But yeah. Okay, so the knight comes to f6, and what's interesting about this, it's a very sensible move. Black is trying to target the white pawn in the center, but actually this move takes us back to some of that other preparation Alexandra had. And now she's gonna be trying to utilize the strength of this pawn. And essentially the goal here is just to get this pawn moving forward, trying to get a new queen. It's not revolutionary chess strats by any means, but sometimes simplicity has something going for it. It's nice sitting, playing a position when you have a clear plan. And here Alexandra has a clear plan. She has her rooks supporting through the center. And now she wants to continue, now that this rook, together with the queen, has come in position to give extra protection for the central pawn. She wants to just push this one as far as she can. Why do players take a long time to make a simple move, considering they may know it's a good move? There's this classic chess saying that when you find a good move, look for an even better one. And that's often used with negative connotations, because it means that sometimes it can mean that you just waste your time looking for better moves when you've already found a good one. But the truth is somewhere in between. That I want to say that just because something looks okay doesn't mean that you just play it immediately. But at the same time, you need to balance it with not spending all your time searching for a good move that just actually doesn't exist. And that's why time management in these classical games is a really big feature and a big skill set to have. That you gotta spend enough time to make sure you never make a mistake, but you also can't spend so much time that you get into time trouble and end up making a mistake on account of your time situation being bad. These kids are strong. They are, Nick. That's why they're so scary. But right now, I feel like Alexandra is coping very well, having to play against this 8-year-old. The opponent has been thinking quite a bit. Alexandra is playing very logical moves. She's close to what the preparation was for this game. And it feels like, as long as Alexandra is playing quickly, it feels like that's a sign of confidence. That she knows what she wants to do in the position, and she doesn't want to get herself into time trouble, which has been a problem for Alexandra in the past. Alexandra has run away. Well, it's good not having to sit there and always be reminded that your 8-year-old opponent is probably going to be better than you at age 10. But the important thing to know about kids is that it's important to beat them while they're young. That's your window. That's your chance to say, I'm going to take you down. This might be a future women's world champion for all we know. And in 20 years, maybe Alexandra can say, you know Romy Milner? I beat her. I beat the women's world champion. I mean, maybe she becomes world champion. I'm not here to set limitations. But yeah, get them while they're young is what I'm trying to say. Can you update Andrea's board? I wish I didn't have to update it at all. I wish that it just worked like it's supposed to do. Okay, so this happened. Alexander, he chose to capture with the bishop. That was probably very clever, because otherwise, if he had captured with the knight would be more active, but then the pawns would start attacking the bishop. And here, Andrea does what I would have done, which is pushing the pawn forward in the center, because now, in case of all of these trades, she gets very nice bishops pointing down towards the black queen side. And this looks very nice for white. Computer says it's good for black, which is a cause of concern. But to a human eye, this looks nice for white. Is Andrea in trouble here? I mean, if we believe the computer, then yes. But, I mean, her opponent is not a computer. And he's going to see those bishops. He's going to see those bishops pointing down towards the black queen side. And surely he's going to be somewhat cautious about allowing such pressure. Unless he's a genius and realizes what the computer realizes, that you don't have to fear those bishops. It's an interesting moment in the game, I think is fair to say. How do they check if someone cheats if they leave the board? There's a certain degree of trust. Although among the top players, there's no trust left whatsoever. But that's quite a recent development. In general, if like your opponent starts making incredible moves and going to the bathroom every single move, then that will maybe cause some suspicion. But like everyone knows that you're not supposed to sit at the board non-stop. You're supposed to give your head some rest. So people are not suspecting you just because you left the board. I'm trying to get all the pieces on the board as well as all of Andrea, but when she leans back, I'm missing the head. That's just how this camera angle is gonna work, I suppose. Alexandra's opponent is a woman candidate master. Yes, she is. That might mean she's won some of the Like I saw in the database that Romy has played in the girls under 8 world championship. And maybe if you get a top placement there, you get the WCM title. So yeah, she's not bad. Romy is a scary kid. All kids are scary, to be fair. But this is a kid with merits already at age 8. What are Alexandra and Andreas over the board ratings right now? Alexandra is like 1980 and Andrea is like 1750 or thereabouts. Hey Misty, good to see you. Kids are scary, so we beat them. I mean, I do think it's important for a chess broadcast to really have the context. Maybe we should be banning clipping from the channel. Because I agree, some sentences I say, they don't sound great. But I swear I'm not advocating your worst fears. I'm just saying it's embarrassing losing to single-digit individuals. Feeder ratings changed today. Andrea is over 1800. But it's not March 1st until tomorrow. Did the World Chess Federation forget that today is a leap day? Also, happy leap day, everyone. I was going to mention it, but then I forgot. It's a very special day today. Today doesn't exist. I mean, that's one interpretation. Probably the right interpretation. Today's laws don't exist. I don't think I want to be the guy saying that, yeah, okay. Today definitely exists. It's a legitimate day. And please follow all the laws of your respective countries. Actually, that's not entirely true. We can't blanket say that you should follow all the laws. Use your best judgment in your everyday life today as in every other day. But then again, a Twitch chatter's best judgment? Yeah, saying stuff out loud publicly is a very tricky endeavor. They upped her ELO for stealing water. I mean, their reasoning for upping her ELO is definitely as silly as stealing water. So they might as well have. Okay, so now Alexandra's board updated while I was on Andreas. So apparently I cannot switch between the tabs using Alt Tab. That breaks OBS. That is ridiculous. But okay, I'll keep it in mind. That little chicken nugget of a girl at 1700 plus. Are you advocating eating Alexandra's opponent? Because I would definitely say you shouldn't do. But the classic chess sayings apply. The smaller your opponent in chess, the more scared you are. Oftentimes, it's like the bigger your opponent, the more scared you are. That's the fighting matrix. In chess, it's completely reversed. The smaller your opponent, the more embarrassed you're going to be humbled. Have you beaten Magnus at chess boxing yet? No. Chess boxing is scary. I know this girl who tried chess boxing and she broke her opponent's nose. And they were tiny girls. Can you imagine a 100-kilo dude trying to hit me in the face? Chess boxing is very scary. But did she win the game? No, she didn't. Are you saying you wouldn't be humbled by a small person beating you? I mean, of course I would be. Well, I wouldn't say humbled. I lost to Nihal Sarin when he was just a kid. And now he's one of India's very best players. But at the time, he was not. And I was so furious with myself. I wasn't really humbled, no. I was just upset, angry. Jon Ludwig the Hammer? Yeah, I don't know if that is gonna be a good nickname. But I do agree that the chess boxing nicknames has a lot of potential for me. Andrea has really gotten her opponent to think. Andrea was a bit slow out of the gate, both with some controversy, but also just through thinking. But now her opponent is burning through a lot of clock time. I think he's 1 minute away from being under a full hour, which is very good news for Andrea. Andrea's board is lagged. Damn it. I thought it was working now. Okay. I guess I'll just have to switch between the boards. Let me talk to Vila to hear. What's the meaning of chess? It's proving your superiority over an opponent. And that's why it hurts so much to lose. Because losing at chess, you feel stupid. And people don't like feeling that way. too much truth. I have some experience on this topic. I have lost a lot of chess games. There's these chess coaches, but I think they're mostly like kids coaches. And they go to kids and they're like, in order to become good at chess, you must lose many games. How many games have you lost? And the kid goes, oh, I lost 100 games in a row. And then the chess coach goes, well, I lost 10,000 games. Even though I'm better than you, in order to become better, I had to lose a lot and I had to learn a lot. And that's just the process of things and blah, 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 blah. In a row? I don't know if it was in a row. I would hope that the kid I just invented for this story didn't have to suffer 100 straight losses, but even if you sprinkle in a couple of wins here and there, it still hurts. Who was your coach? I've had a couple of different coaches, but I never really stuck with a single coach for a prolonged period of time. I worked with Sverre Jonsson when I was very young. I had some lessons with Torbjørn Ringdal Hansen. I had this... Victor Hansen was my... he was the guy in charge of my after-school chess program, which is where I really started out. But I don't remember anything from those sessions. I had this one coach. I had this coach at my elementary school in Berkeley. He was like the coach of the chess team. And I don't really remember what we did in those chess team sessions or whatnot. But I assume he tried to teach us something and that we didn't just play. I actually found him on some social media a couple of years back, and I sent him a message. And he was really happy to hear from me and that I actually made chess basically my life. I worked with Knut Jørgen Helmers. I worked with Simon Agdestein. And then later, I kind of, I was part of a team. So it wasn't necessarily that I was being coached by someone, but it's more like you work together with people. So I worked with Magnus, with Lothar Fressinet, Peter Heine Nielsen, with Sam Shankland. Knut, Pog, not that Knut. Don't forget Nils Gandelius. I never worked with Nils, actually. But Nils and his girlfriend showed me around Copenhagen. That was a nice afternoon. I heard that whenever you play young tournaments at non-master tournaments, opponents at non-master tournaments, you should break out of their prep ASAP. Well, that only applies if their prep is better than yours. But I'm a literal world championship second. So I'm happy to take on the prep of Romi's coach. But yeah, if you don't have the resources Alexandra and Andrea has, then maybe avoiding some of these coach preps might be a good idea. Wasn't Queen D6 good for Romy? Okay, Vila is giving me some hints on how to fix the relay for the boards. Automatic. Client area capture method. Automatic. Okay. Where was I? What was I saying? Oh, someone was asking about Queen D6. We actually have a big development in Alexandra's game. So let's start out with Queen D6, which was the suggestion from chat. This is generally a very good move because you're trying to stop the white's pawn from advancing even further forward. But the general rule in chess is that you want to try and block one of these pawns trying to move forward. Preferably, you want to have a knight blocking. Why is the knight so much better? Well, number one, the knight doesn't really care what's next to it, right? It doesn't care if something is in the way. The knight will be able to jump forward and have this influence regardless of whether it's actually trying to just stay put. It will still come with valuable contributions, even if it's blocked behind a pawn because it simply jumps over the pawn to move forward. The second reason is that if I come jumping forward with my knight trying to attack this black knight, then the knight can just stay there because it's defended by the queen. Whereas if Romy were to play queen to d6 here, it is good to block the white pawn from progressing forward, but after knight to d4, the knight can jump further forward on the next move, where it will knock the queen out of position, because when you use the most valuable piece as a blockader, it means anytime that piece is being threatened, it's going to have to move because it's the most valuable piece you have. You can't live without it. So queen to d6 was the favored move by the computer, actually, or one of the favored moves. And the idea is very sound. But the problem is that the queen would be chased away from that blockading position quite quickly afterwards. Instead, Romy plays rook to c5, which is the correct move in many similar situations. What she's trying to do is, well, she's just trying to take Alexandra's pawn. It's not rocket science. She has 4 pieces aimed at the white pawn. Alexandra only has 3 to defend. So that's going to be a problem. However, there is a problem here. And that problem is that after pawn to d6 and bishop to d5, once again, black is trying to take this pawn, trying to block the queen and rook's ability to give protection to the far advanced white pawn. But after queen to f4, the pawn keeps its protection, and now it's only 2 squares away from becoming a new queen, and it becomes a serious headache for black to try and deal with. Not to mention the fact that these 2 rooks are perfectly placed to try and support the pawn's further path forward. So it's looking kind of good for Alexandra at the moment. She started thinking, but that's not something you need to fret about. It just means that now she's done all the obvious moves, and now she needs to deal with this threat. And the good news is there's really only one way to save that pawn, which is to move it forward, which is why it's reasonably likely that Alexandra will do just that. Also, I want to mention from the preparation we did that there was a similar situation where black took the white knight, and white got these ugly doubled pawns and ruined some of the protection in front of the white king. But it's very important that Alexandra has seen an idea previously in which white allows these pawns to be destroyed, but Alexandra will then know from having seen a similar situation in her preparation that you're supposed to allow this trade in many circumstances because this is the cost of getting your pawn so far forward. And in fact, the computer thinks that this position is almost winning for white, despite the ruined formation in front of the white king, because this pawn in the center is so strong and it's so well supported by the rooks. What's the rating of the kid playing against Alexandra? Literally on the screen, sir. Never mind, just saw it. Yeah, well, I replied frustrated before I saw your never mind. That's what happens. I thought she was born in 1716. Yeah, no, she's looking very old. Definitely an honest mistake. 2016, maybe. Oh, actually, she actually is born 2016. That's not even a joke. Oh my god. Oh. Yeah, the kids are coming to get us. 2015? Oh, okay, then that's fine then. Alexander moved. He captured the pawn in the center. That was a good move according to the computer. Computer wants Andrea now to capture back with the bishop. But, I mean, no way she's going to disrespect the bishop pair like that when she knows I'm doing commentary. Just no way. But it might actually be the best move. Maybe she will disrespect the bishops like this because she knows I'm doing commentary. Because actually, if black captures the bishop, then the white knight gets really nicely positioned and attacks the black bishop. And you don't really have to be concerned about black having the bishop pair because you can always try to make a trade with those two bishops against each other. Andrea here has the opportunity to both play the computer's preferred choice and annoy me at the same time. That does seem like a very Andrea thing to do. She took with the knight already. Oh, damn it. Why didn't my board update then? Okay, she took with the knight. It's the sensible thing to do. But for some reason, the computer thinks black has a really nice position. And the reason is that even though these bishops pointing down towards the black queen side, this looks very nice for white. But the problem is, first this pawn attacks the bishop. And if the bishop retreats, then the next pawn comes to attack the bishop. And when then this bishop moves, you get a check, sure. But then you're having a big issue here, trying to stop the black pawn from continuing forward and trapping the white bishop. Frankly, you want to play pawn to f4 because you want to block this guy from moving further forward. But you're not going to be allowed to play pawn to f4 because that would open up for the black bishop against the white king. And if you try to move the king and then go pawn up, well, then black is going to beat you to it and trap your bishop. So that's a problem. That's a big problem. And it feels so unfair because black, look at this, black hasn't gotten the bishop nor the rook into play. White has all their pieces involved already. From any sort of logical standpoint, this position should be good for white. And Alexander Beseko, he agrees that it looks bad for black. So this is the good thing about the human frame of mind, the human way of thinking, is that humans think alike. So when I say this looks good, but the computer doesn't like it, it still means that probably it might not happen, because if it looks good to me, it's probably also gonna look good to another human being faced with the same situation. And Alexander, he says, I don't want to help your bishop get into this central positioning. He didn't understand the significance of his ability to rush the pawns forward, and he chooses instead to retreat, earning a question mark, which is kind of harsh, from the chess.com system. And now Andrea can... Yeah, I'm not sure what Andrea should do next, but I'm guessing either you move this knight to a more central position, controlling some important central squares, or you go pawn to c4, and you admit your mistake on move 2, and say, oh, I shouldn't have put my knight in the path of my pawn, so that my pawn cannot contribute in the fight for the center. And you're going to say, now the first possible move after I moved that annoying knight away, I'm going to push this pawn up. Oh, I'm going to give Andrea so much trouble if she plays c4. I'm already getting my interview questions ready. Oh, I saw you played c4 the first move after you got your knight away. Interesting idea. Has it occurred to you to play c4 before moving the knight up so that the knight doesn't block the pawn's path? Okay, I think for my own good, to avoid Andrea being very upset with me, I think it's better for everyone involved if she just continues putting another knight to block her pawn. At least then she's being consistent in her considerations. Alexandra pushed the pawn as predicted. Let's go. We have two good positions now. I'm feeling optimistic about today. Pawn push forward. Great move by Alexandra. Not fearing the ruining of white's pawn structure, because you rely on this pawn, you rely on this rook, you rely on this bishop, and these pieces are going to be able to create so much trouble for black. For instance, if black tries to make a trade of rooks, then we will accept that trade and we will just continue further forward. Apparently, we're not supposed to continue further forward. Instead, we move the rook over. Trade the rooks, and then suddenly we start attacking instead of using our pawn to get a new queen. That's clever. And Andrea, damn, I guess good for her. Andrea moves the knight in front of her pawn again. Well, at least she's being, and that was the computer's top choice. So she got to say F you, hammer, and she got to play the computer's top choice at the same time. So that's great. What more can you ask for a move? I'm gonna take a little break, and maybe you're gonna miss out on something. Well, you have the cameras. Trust the cameras more than the boards, because I'm having some board issues. I'm trying to figure it out. Vila's on it. Why do the girls have different chessboards in comparison with the other players? Because these wooden chessboards have electronics within them, so that the moves are being relayed to the internet. It's the organizers living in the real world and realizing there's value for them having streamers at the tournament, promoting their tournament, meeting fans, and having people watch their games from far away from the interwebs. I think it's RFID. Is that something other than electronics? Surely RFID is some kind of electronic thing, right? Can they get paired against each other if they both win? Or no, because they both have to play with the black pieces. They definitely could get paired against each other, but you're very correct that it's unlikely to happen because they're both due to have a game with the black pieces. So in general, they try to have it so that someone who played white in the previous game play against someone who played black in the previous game, and so forth. Andrea leaves whenever Hammer arrives. Very suspicious. Have anyone ever seen the two of us in the same room? Is it Vincent Kamer next to Alexandra? No. Kamer is sitting in the top section. They have a more spacious arena, I think it's fair to say. Yes? Have you though? Or are you just saying that because you feel like it has happened? The amount of times I've been in the same room as Andrea is not very often. I guess there, yeah, okay. Yeah. It has happened. Yeah, this is true. It has happened. That visit in Norway, we saw you. Technically, we were not in the same room, though. Okay, I'm clinging at straws. I've hit a plateau in chess. I want to improve. Stuck around 1300. I think no matter where you are in your chess journey, you're gonna get stuck and you're gonna plateau. Not just once, but you're gonna plateau several times. Probably. I did. Not for long, admittedly, but I did. Sometimes it's good just to take a break, I would say. Improving at anything, not just chess, is incredibly difficult because those who did improve, they often feel like, well, don't you understand this? To me, it's obvious. And some people understand certain things better than others. And some people are good at one thing and then other people are good at a different thing. And overall, they might be equally good chess players, but they're good at two entirely different parts and faces of the game. And what works for one person is not necessarily going to work for another. Improvement is incredibly tricky. Which is why it's kind of boring of me that my standard reply to this kind of thing is that my recommendation for getting better is playing games and doing puzzles. Because it's a proven recipe to work. And one of the things that's good about playing games and doing puzzles is that as you get better, so do the puzzles and so do your opponents. Playing puzzles and doing puzzles and playing games works at every level. No matter whether you're 700 or 400 or 2200 or somewhere in between. When you're 2200, you're going to play against other 2200s. So the challenge increases as your own rating increases. And as you get stronger, you're going to get more difficult puzzles. So it's a boring answer, but it's one of the best ways to improve. Is that a 10-year-old playing Alexandra? Venom, lower. keep going. Keep going. What's your next offer? I'll start out saying it's single digits. It's after today's adjustments. I'm not gonna do that. Sepper. Because traditionally you play with your same rating that you had at the start of the tournament. Yeah, this whole rating adjustment is just such a silly thing to have happen. Okay, we're gonna leave Andrea. Her opponent captured in the center. She can take back with the bishop. She can take back with the knight. Both are good, but they're good but different. I would probably take back with the bishop if the computer doesn't say that's a tremendous mistake. Because I do like having these two bishops point down towards the black queen side. Going back to Alexandra, Romy has played bishop to d5, which was by far the best move in the position. She realized that getting this trade, bishop for knight, was not in her favor, which I think is a very mature thing to realize. Instead, she's trying to make sure that the white queen and the white rook can no longer protect the white pawn. And frankly, there's only one solution to this, and that's getting the queen up so that the queen can protect the pawn. And someone asked earlier, but what then if knight to h5, which aims to chase the queen away from this diagonal from where it's protecting the pawn? And the answer to this is queen d4. And it turns out black cannot capture the pawn in the center after all, because if you do, the knight has moved itself away from the protection of the bishop in the center, allowing Alexandra to simply capture black's bishop without black having sufficient counters on that piece. And then you can argue, well, what if the knight just returns and we have the same situation with the bishop blocking the queen's path? And then you would be right again. But this time, white has this move, rook to... Oh, damn it. White has this rook to e5 move, trying to increase the pressure on this bishop. And the bishop has to move, and then you have the protection of the pawn. What was that? It was me trying to hold back a sneeze, even though you're not supposed to do that. Apparently, it's like really bad for you to hold back sneezes. But at this point, I do it kind of reflexively. Because I'm so used to being in chess venues, and then I feel like I don't want to make noise and everyone looking at me and disturb everyone. So I hold it in, but I've read or heard that it's supposed to be like really bad for you. Sneezing is great. You feel good after it. Just do it, man. That is the most sneezing positive comment I have ever seen. Bless you feels a bit short, kind of, it feels like a chore at times. People just say it because you're supposed to say it. But this man just went all in and said, you go, girl, guy. Okay, another interesting option, I don't think it's going to happen, but I feel like we need to cover it because this is the Botez chess channel. The computer's second choice in this position is capturing the bishop, and then after rook takes back, computer says queen takes rook is quite interesting. The purposeful Botez gambit, I don't know if that's a thing, but after takes, white has a rook and a knight in trade for a queen. But because this pawn is so far advanced and so close to becoming a new queen, that opens up the door for stuff like this to be actually good for white. Okay, initially the computer says that this is good for black, but I just went into the settings and gave the computer free license to think very deeply about this. So the chess.com, they cap the computer's depth analysis at 20 moves. And I just told the computer, you don't worry about what those people at chess.com told you. You go and you do your thing. And you exhaust your little chip brain to figure out the truth of this position. So now it's thinking 32 moves ahead, and we're gonna let it keep it thinking until we reach like 40 moves ahead. She did the queen move to f4. Well, then this becomes irrelevant. But it's not as silly as it looks, is my point. Giving up the queen because this guy is so strong. Computer is saying this is slightly better for black though. So it's very smart of Alexandra to move her queen to keep that pawn protected. And the computer is really loving Alexandra's position now. And she's played this perfectly so far. She's like, she had a plan against this semi-Tarish opening to just get that pawn forward as far as you could and try to have it create trouble in black's camp. And it definitely has done that. And right now, computer says only one move for black to stay alive in this position. Queen to d7. I don't understand that move though, because then you can easily go rook here and attack the queen. So that looks kind of terrible. Okay, so apparently queen up, and then if the rook comes to attack, the only move for black is to go with the queen back where you came from. And apparently this is the only way black can survive. That is not going to happen. Alexandra is in a really, really good spot here. The tournament started today? No, Jack, we started yesterday. But yesterday we got a bit of a beating. So for mental exercise and keeping the psyche intact, we treat this as if it's the first day. So good job getting the memo. What's your FIDE rating? Mine is lower every month, it feels like. But right now it's about 2,600. But I like to think that my normal level is like 2,630. And you could say that it's only a 30-point difference, but those are very big 30 points. The higher up you get, the more difficult it becomes, just every single point. How many people are 2,600 in the world? I would guess 200. Is English your first language? No, definitely not. But it's my second. I tried to learn French, didn't work. Tried to learn German, didn't really work. But I can swear in 6 languages. How old are you in your FIDE profile picture? Are you guys stalking me? I am 19 years old in my profile picture at the World Chess Federation rating site. It is 15 years ago that picture was taken. You prefer classical, rapid, or blitz? I prefer classical. Classical, then blitz, then rapid. Show us the picture. I mean, you can look at it yourselves. It's not that difficult to find. I'll even find it for you since your Googling skills seems to be lacking. Something is up with the FIDE rating site. I guess it's because everyone got new ratings today. The database is so slow. Normally when I search my name, it comes up in like half a second. And now it's literally searching for 20 seconds. That's insane. Okay, pawn to e5 played by Mr. Bezeiko. And attacking the bishop. And the bishop is going to have to move. Maybe you made the PC mad with your 40 moves ahead request. No, my computer likes doing calculations. What are you talking about? You make it sound like I'm forcing my computer to play chess, but it's like playing catch with your dog. The dog likes it too. It's enjoyable for both of you. How good were you at 9 years old? So at 9, I played my first couple of tournaments in the US. So Romi's USCF rating, well, she's actually 8. So technically we can't compare because I never played a tournament until I was 9. But Romy has 10 more months or something like that to try and catch my rating to have a proper comparison. And when I was 9, my USCF rating was 950. Her rating is 1800. So there's a bit of a difference. When did you learn English? My family lived in the US for a year when I was 9. That's when I started competing in chess tournaments. And it's also where I learned to speak English. Okay, Romy makes the trade between the bishops. What's good about this for Alexandra is that now her rook is helping together with the queen. So now we have 2 pieces protecting our very important pawn. So this trade has worked out pretty nicely for us. What's your mother language? I'm Norwegian. Don't most Norwegians know pretty fluent English? Not necessarily when I was a kid, but my generation was definitely part of the revolution. And by revolution, I mean like more like, you know, giving up our own language to speak English instead. Because, you know, we were watching Friends and we were watching all the American shows. At some point in the Norwegian school system, you were kind of supposed to have a British accent. But that is, I think, pretty much gone on account of everyone having American influences instead. Question mark move from Romy. But I gotta say, her move makes a lot of sense. She's blocking the rook's defense of the pawn, and she's threatening the queen. So right now, computer says 2 moves are winning for Alexandra, but any other than the 2 best moves, and black is equal. So huge moment in the game right now. Fortunately, Alexandra has more than an hour to figure out this moment in the game. Alexandra can play queen to d2, abandoning the pawn on d6, allowing the black queen to capture, because then afterwards, pawn to b4 attacks the rook. The rook needs to keep the protection of the knight, because here Alexandra is trying to threaten with both her queen and her rook. So the rook has to step to the side to keep that protection, but then the knight comes in, chases the rook has to move away, but now the knight is blocking the queen from capturing the black knight. So did black get away from this? No, she did not. Because the knight moves up, attacks the queen, and then after the queen moves, we're free to capture the black knight in the middle. And then Alexandra will win because she has a knight. Black does have 2 pawns, but it shouldn't be enough to salvage a draw. So, what about rook e5 instead of knight d4? Rook e5 is a mistake, according to the computer, after rook d8. And the point is, the rook contributes in the defense of the knight, and now if white tries to do the same plan that we did earlier, well then the knight leaves the protection of the white rook in the center, and that rook is captured, and that's the difference between these 2 variations. So this seems, I mean, this is good, but it's tricky. Good, but tricky. So I think it makes a lot more sense to play the second choice of the computer, which is queen to g3. Simply keeping the queen in contact with the pawn. And then knight to c3 would happen, attacking the rook. And then we move the rook up to counterattack the knight. But apparently moving the rook up is a mistake, and now after rook e8, the position is a draw. Yeah, this game is not over. This game is definitely not over. The problem here is that Alexandra needs to be very careful about this knight coming into e2, where it will have a double attack on the king and on the queen. Ooh, and also if the king tries to hide, then the knight still comes in to attack the queen, and when the queen moves, the rook comes in for the back rank checkmate. Yeah, so this is still scary. Computer says Alexandra is winning in the current position, but we've managed to find a situation where Alexandra ends up in trouble. Dang, why is she playing kids? Not only is she playing kids though, she's playing Californian kids. She traveled halfway around the world to try and get some of that EC European FIDE rating. She went all the way to Prague only to play an 8-year-old from California. What are you gonna do? Queen d2 was the best move. According to the computer, queen to d2 is the best move. And I guess it's because if then the knight tries to attack forward, then the queen is there to help out. That's why the computer wants the queen to stay close to the rooks. But queen d2 makes a lot less sense for a human because it removes the queen from the protection of the pawn. What about queen e5? Queen e5 is not good because then you step into the same rank as the black rook. And then the knight moves forward, the knight attacks the rook, and the rook attacks the queen. Here, black is winning. So even though computer says Alexandra is winning in the current position, there's plenty of trickery. And we've found a position where it's a draw by best play. We found a position where Alexandra loses with best play. So this game is definitely not decided just yet. What's the binocular vision strat Andreas using? All chess players do this, and it makes a ton of sense. Like when you're concentrated, you want to keep distractions at a minimum. So many chess players will do this thing where you hold your hands over your head and you block your peripheral vision so that you don't get distracted by any other things. What did I say instead of binoculars? Clearly you understood binocular. Oh, I just read what was written. That's not on me. Just wear a helmet? Are you gonna make some chess helmets, Dexters? Where's the ski mask? Ski mask doesn't actually block your peripherals, though. They just make your face warmer. At least that's what we use ski masks for here in Norway. I realize it may not be the same usage all over the world. What's Andreas' clock time? Unfortunately, the clocks are not connected. And right now there's a bit of a shine on the clock, preventing me from really seeing what it says. But I would guess 45 thereabouts. It's always funny to see grown-ass adults play chess with children. What can I say? Chess is the great equalizer. The smaller your opponents are, the more scared you are of them. My coaching strat for Alexandra before this game was basically all focused on she's more scared of you than you are of her. Not too much move preparation, just that mental. Don't think you're gonna lose just because you're playing an 8-year-old that's higher rated than I was at 12. Loose cannon, these wooden boards have electronics in them that allow it to relay the moves to the internet. That's why. What age is human peak in terms of chess growth? I don't know. Nobody knows. A lot of people speculate. I can say what the main speculations are. But for the truth, I don't think anyone really knows. Top players are all around 30. Yeah. But that's the current generation, right? And in 10 years, most of the top players are going to be like 40. Because this generation, born between 1990 and 1992, is just the greatest generation chess has ever seen. Five years ago, most of the top players were like late 20s. Now it's early 30s. I wonder why. It's the same guys. Were you smart in math and science with your high ELO? I can say very confidently that being good at chess does not help your grades in science class. The worst score I've gotten in any school situation ever was in science, chemistry. Beseko's from Kiev? I don't know. He's Ukrainian. I'm not in a habit of knowing specifically where in a country people are from. The only reason I know Romy is Californian is because it says so on her US chess. All players in US chess rating register has a state together with their name. I feel like it would help in math. I mean, it helped in math until math became proper. Like in the Norwegian school, you don't really do anything other than adding and subtracting and multiplying and dividing until year 11. And then year 11, they teach you like 10 new things instead of teaching you some new things in, year 6, year 7, year 8, year 9. And I got overwhelmed by the amount of new stuff. I quit economics in uni because I couldn't handle the math. But at some point, you gotta do the work. And I didn't do the work. Anyone can be good at anything if you just... Well, okay, maybe that's not true, but no one can be good at anything without putting in the work, is a better way of putting it. You can be super talented, but if you don't put in any effort, you're not gonna do well. That kid sitting still for an hour and a half is actually very impressive. I couldn't do that when I was young. Yeah, this is true. When I was like 12, I was already pretty good, like maybe 11. I was pretty good at chess, but I would get up from the board every single time I made a move. And then I would run around, annoy every single parent at the venue. And then I would go back to my board, make a move, and then do the whole thing all over again. Romy's concentration has been very impressive. But at the same time, you need to take breaks during the game. So like sitting there for 3 hours straight is not good. You gotta find the kind of the right middle ground. What move are they on? Alexandra is thinking about her move 21st, her 21st move. And Andrea is thinking about her 13th move. So your assessment is very much correct. Alexandra's game has gotten quite a bit further. A lot fewer pieces also on Alexandra's board. Why is Andrea taking so much time? Let's talk about it. So the reason Andrea is thinking right now is that she probably wants to play her bishop back to g3 to have that pressure in towards the e5 pawn. The problem is that if she does this, the pawn will move forward, attack the knight in the center, and if the knight moves away, then the pawn will continue and the bishop is trapped. The bishop has nowhere to go. So she's trying to figure out, can I play this move safely anyway? Is there like some trick I have? And then hopefully she concludes, no, it's not possible, so I should move somewhere else. And then she's thinking maybe I move to the left instead of the right. But then also there's the concern that these pawns will rush forward. Even so. And then she starts thinking, okay, maybe I should go further back with the bishop. But still, black has this plan of moving his pawns up through the center and annoying my white pieces while they progress. So, yeah. Andrea is facing this pawn being played forward. Pretty much no matter what Andrea does, black is going to play pawn to f5. So that's also one of the good things about the position for Alexander, is that he knows what he's going to do next. So not only is Andrea having to think now, she's also having to think about what move is she going to make next, because she understands that Beseiko, he's going to be pushing that pawn forward. So Andrea not only needs to make a decision about this bishop here now, she also needs to make the decision what to do when this pawn advances forward immediately afterwards. And the good thing is that Andrea was up on time before this move. And the bad news is that Andrea is no longer going to be up on time after this move. Because she's burning a lot of time on the clock right now. And this game is still very undecided, very unclear. Not a lot of trades have happened. And we're going to get a time scramble, I suspect. What does the engine say? So engine says Andrea's position is slightly better. 0.16. And the computer says that Andrea's choice of moving the bishop one step back to the left was the best one. So good for her. Is Andrea better than Alexandra at chess? Alexandra is better. And the reason we know this is that the chess has these numbers, the rating, that is just wonderful. They're just a very accurate representation of a player's ability. And Alexandra's number is more than 200 points higher than Andrea's. So Alexandra is better, but Andrea has what, 8 years, 7 years to catch up. So it becomes that tricky thing that, you know, she's better right now, but is she going to be better at the same age? 6, okay. Oh, Alexandra is 25. I forgot. Sorry, Omens. I forgot. Of course. My bad. So how many years then? I thought she was always 24. Is it 25? Is that where it stops? Has Romy been taking breaks? Someone in chat, Nick, says that Romy almost hasn't taken a single break. Time stopped in 2020, it's true. That does feel kind of true, yeah. I feel like I haven't done anything since 2020. Ban that person. Someone saying Alexandra is not 25. Instant ban. Does Alexandra have a possible queen sacrifice? Yeah, she does. We looked at a queen sacrifice for her earlier, but it didn't really work out. But she probably could in moving forward as well. Okay, pawn to f5, played by Bezeiko. That's a good move, but it was an expected move. So I would think Andrea does not have to think that much about this move right now because she already thought a lot about it when she made the decision to move her bishop on the previous one. What are you drinking? Tea. Black tea. It's a flavor that apparently only exists in the Scandinavian countries. It's been specifically developed for the Scandinavian taste buds who felt like some of the English and Indian teas were maybe a bit too strong. What's the name? It's called Lady Grey. What's the brand? Twinings. Twinings has a pretty good grip on the Norwegian tea market. There are some weirdos using Lipton, but it's quite rare. Time has stopped on Alexandra's board. Yeah, but I think it's just me having some issues with my browsers, unfortunately. Lipton is fire? That's a weird take. Lipton iced tea is yummy. I mean, iced tea is different though. Lipton iced tea we have in Norway as well. You've had Lady Grey, never knew that was its origin. Are you Scandinavian, Youth Chaos? Because this is just something I read. It's not something I know. But I once tried getting Lady Grey in the UK, and they looked at me as if I was crazy. Which has kind of reinforced my belief that this is a real thing. Hammer, Andrea should move fast since she thought about what she's going to do when she made her last move. Andrea, you can't tell me what to do. And continues thinking. I think it would be in Andrea's best interest if she started speeding up a little. But she did say she was under the weather yesterday, which definitely does affect your thinking speed. Are they both on the same time format? Yes. So both, well, all 4 players really start with an hour and a half to begin the game. They get 30 additional seconds per move that's made. And they also get an extra 30 minutes after they've completed 40 moves. And it sounds like a lot of time. But let me tell you, as a frequent consumer of chess clock time, when you're sitting there thinking, trying to concentrate, suddenly starting, having a song in your head, and then thinking about what you had for dinner or your latest crush or whatever, time flies very quickly. Speak, Hammer, those long silences are weird. Well, I'm not feeling great either, so I will speak when I feel like I have something to say. Embrace the silence. You don't have to talk all the time, always. Although I guess you're an Andrea viewer. It's got to be a bit of a mismatch, really. If you're used to Andrea's streams and then I come on, it's a very Zoomer versus Boomer energy. I agree. That's on me. Honestly, it's not even on me. I can't help how old I am and how slow I am and tired and weak from life. It's more of a hiring decision. Your complaint is really with Andrea herself. Andrea has approved hiring me. Are you an active Grandmaster? No, I don't play a lot of tournaments these days. Can Alex and Andrea hair Hammer? No, that would be cheating. You had a hard life, Hammer? Oh yeah, very hard. Playing chess for 30 years. People have gone crazy. doing that. And so far, I'm only a little crazy, which you cannot take for granted. Andrea played bishop c4. Okay, I'll go back there then. Ooh, Andrea made 2 moves back to back. You love to see it. So bishop c4, that was very clever because it opens up for the queen while also giving a check on the king. So Andrea doesn't need to be worried about the knight being captured because she has her own threat against the black king. And then the king goes to hide in the corner and Andrea invades with the knight. And this is a big moment in the game. Because right now, there's only one acceptable move for black. And if black doesn't find that move, he's in big, big trouble. And he doesn't find it. Pawn to f4. Pawn to f4 was the move to chase the bishop back. The bishop would have to go back, but then there would be no way for black to convincingly stop the knight from coming in and attacking the king in the corner. And here the computer was recommending queen to c7, attacking the knight, attacking the bishop, but the knight moves to give a check, and here black would have to sacrifice his rook against the white knight. And then the computer somehow says it's still equal because black can create quite a dangerous attack with their pieces being pointed in towards the white king. But instead, bishop takes knight, gets rid of that annoying knight trying to check the king in the corner, but it gets a question mark. Because now after queen takes back, Andrea has the bishop pair, but she also got her queen into enemy territory. That queen is going to cause a lot of problems for black. And notice how the black pieces on the queen side, the rook and the bishop, they're not even close to participating in the game. Andrea has a big advantage here, and she's played the last couple of moves very, very well. She's played them slowly, but she played them well. And that's an investment. Sometimes you got to play some slow moves in order to make sure you get them right. Because when you do get them right, and especially when your opponent is put under pressure and cracks, like Alexander here did, then you're going to put yourself in a good position to score an upset. Alexandra and Andrea traveled halfway around the world trying to avoid American kids. Alexandra still got an American 8-year-old. Andrea got a 15-year-old Ukrainian. And I thought that they were going to experience that kids are kids and kids are dangerous no matter where in the world you go. But right now, both Alexandra, well, actually, maybe not Alexandra. Alexandra has blundered. But at the very least, Andrea is showing up to these games, putting pressure on the opponent, and has a big advantage in her game. That speech, I was planning a different ending for that speech. I was going to go, they had a rough day yesterday, but they're both striking back today with incredible play, taking down their young opponents, showing who's the boss. I was going to why play that move? because she believes that if queen takes pawn, then the knight will be in trouble. So if queen takes pawn, Alexandra thinks she will go with her pawn to attack the rook. She believes the rook will move over to keep the knight defended. And then maybe she thinks she's going to move the queen over to attack both the rook and the knight. But unfortunately, there's several ways for black to deal with this. One is just defending the rook, and the rook defends the knight. But actually, even queen takes pawn is good enough. Because even though only the rook defends the knight, white doesn't have time to capture the knight, because then you're going to lose your own queen. So Alexandra is just about to lose her pride and joy in the position. And yeah. That's very sad. And it's the move she spent the most time on as well. She spent more than 30 minutes on this move. And it was by far the worst move she's played all game. And this is actually not an uncommon thing to have happen. Very often, the more you think about a move, the more fried your brain becomes. And then the likelihood of you making a mistake actually increases. You would think that the more you think about a move, the better your move is going to be. But that's definitely not always the case. Think long, think wrong. I'm pretty sure the saying is long think, wrong think, Rusty, but you're definitely onto it. And in the meantime, Andrea is giving away her bishop pair? Why are you disrespecting your bishops, Andrea? Okay, we'll go back here. Question mark. Andrea has this thing where she just doesn't believe me when I say things. And I say respect the bishops, and she says, I'm gonna respect who I want to respect. Although it must be said, I think there was a scary trap here. If Andrea had moved her bishop one step back, then there wouldn't be a chance that she would lose the game. Because then after knight to b6, the queens are up against each other. And after the trade of queens, the rook is attacking this bishop, the knight is attacking the other bishop. And if the bishop moves back, then the pawn can sacrifice itself, forcing the forward bishop to move away, but then opening up for the rook to capture the second bishop. So there was actually quite a sneaky trap there that Andrea did avoid the trap. And then I do realize that it feels wrong to go all the way back, completely undevelop your bishop. Yeah, that definitely feels wrong. Sometimes it can be right, because the bishop pair is so valuable that you rarely want to trade it off. But I definitely understand why Andrea did what she did. Okay, I'm not... Yeah, actually, the more I think about this, the more I feel like probably that move was okay. Because it was very counterintuitive to play the bishop all the way back. Because then you also block your rook's ability to get from the corner into the game. Romy traded queens. Okay, so Romy didn't take the pawn immediately. So that's good news for Alexandra. Okay, so bishop c5, Andrea played. Her opponent is going to have to take the bishop. And then Andrea has this pressure against the pawn in the center. And if that pawn is protected, then the rook can come attack the pawn. So Andrea still has some pressure in towards the black pawns in the center. So still a very unclear game where Andrea could easily score the win. She has quite some pressure in towards the black position. But we're going to let Alexander think about this. And we're going to go back to Alexandra, where I don't like this move. I think Romy played 2 inaccuracies in a row. So number 1, she was scared to capture the free pawn, because very often when your opponent gives you a free pawn, you assume that, well, of course they saw that I could take the pawn, and they must have a very scary plan to against that. And you just assume, well, I can't do that then. Actually, here a move I didn't mention is knight to g5. Knight to g5 threatens checkmate together with the queen. And if you block the checkmate with the pawn, then the knight can attack both the queen and the rook. Maybe this is what Alexandra intended. But the bad news is that instead of moving the pawn up, black can move the queen over. So the queen defends the king. And when the knight moves into the center, the knight is no longer attacking both the rook and the queen, because the queen already got away. At any rate, the queen trade happened. And now rook to d8 would be a very good move, because you're just trying to take this pawn. But you're also trying to create space for the king to get involved in the game. The closer this king is to this pawn, the more likely it is that the king will be able to surround the pawn and win it. But instead, knight to c3. So I think the idea Romy has with this move, I think the idea is primarily to open up for the rook to control the f5 square. I think her main idea is just preventing Alexandra from getting her knight into play, because right now the knight is on the edge of the board. And I would think Alexandra would move her rook up to attack the knight. And then black has a trick to give a check on the king when the knight cannot be captured because of back rank checkmate. But maybe we don't care. Maybe we're just happy to get the king closer to the center, attack the knight. Something like this. And now we're the ones with the king closer to the middle early on. This is still a complicated game. Still a complicated game, could go either way. But the concern is that right now, Alexandra is playing way slower than her opponent. At some point, Alexandra had half an hour more on the clock, but now she's behind on time. And that's going to stress her out a little bit. Practically, this looks better for black. The A and B pawn look difficult to stop long term. Yeah, and this is basically what I said very early on in this game. And I swear I also wrote it in Alexandra's preparation. That in general in this opening, queen trades are good for black because black has these 2 versus 1 on the far side of the board, away from the kings. Which means endgames often favor black. But this pawn white has in the middle is further advanced than what is normal. So it's a difficult assessment to make. Computer thinks white is better here. So it's definitely not a massive issue. D7 just loses the rook and doesn't allow the pawn promotion. Yeah, that's an important variation to calculate though. What happens if the pawn just tries to go all the way? And then after knight takes and the rook comes up supported by the pawn, blocking the black rook's path to the queening square. There's one move here for black that doesn't lose the game. And that one move actually wins the game. Rook to d5. Kind of x-raying through the pawn to both attack the pawn and the square the pawn wants to go to. And then after knight to f5, white tries to lure the rook into capturing the knight so that the pawn may progress. And you're also threatening checkmate with knight to e7. But the problem is the rook takes the pawn and takes the knight. If not for this last move, if the king was in check and had to move, it would be checkmate. So it's very perfect how this rook is able to capture all of the dangerous pieces white has. How many moves to Alexandra gets more time? That's a good question, Daniel. And the answer is 18. Alexandra needs to make another 18 moves before she gets an additional 30 minutes. And that's quite a lot of moves, unfortunately. Do you think Andrea will become a WFM also? Can I not answer that? I regret even mentioning the question. I don't think she's going to be a WFM, no. But do I think she'll be 2100? I don't know. I guess I don't really think so, but it seems like she's really into her DJing right now. And if she's going to get to Alexandra's level, she needs to put a lot of effort into her chess. I'm not sure she wants to get the WFM title because I think Alexandra kind of regrets having the title, which I don't understand. But she feels like she gets so many questions about why there are women's titles and so on, because she has that title and she would rather be untitled and not have to answer the female title questions. What about WCM? She'll definitely not be a WCM, no. The CM titles don't actually count for anything. They don't even count. Like, some of these titles are important because when someone's trying to get an international master norm or a grandmaster norm, they need to face a total of 5 titled players. And then WFM counts just as much as FM and IM and so on, for a GM title norm. But a WCM and a regular CM title or American NM title doesn't count at all in that regard. Can you answer why there are women titles? I mean, sure. It's to encourage participation. Chess really suffers from a tremendously low female percentage of players. And so there have been different attempts at trying to increase that percentage and basically incentivizing more women to play. Are men gatekeeping chess? Yeah, to a certain degree, yeah. I don't think we're welcoming enough. And especially when we're younger, young boys are some of the most terrible people on the planet. I know because I was one. And it's so easy for boys to be like, oh, you played against a girl. Oh, you lost against a girl. Which is weaponizing gender in a way that these boys don't really realize themselves. And it does alienate a lot of girls from playing. Congrats, chat, on your ELO gain next month. We're all going up. Damn, Kevin. You're assuming that everyone is in chat is under 2,000 rated? Or, to put it differently, where's my rating? Everyone's rating is going up except mine. And I'm not a fan. Are either one of these girls playing the cow? I can tell you that if Alexandra plays the cow in a proper tournament game, I am never helping her out again. I'm a serious man, and I will not stand for it. Even if she wins, yes. Okay, developments in Andrea's game. Her opponent did capture the bishop. She lost the bishop pair voluntarily and will feel my wrath as a result. But she still has this very nice pressure against the pawn in the center. And actually, her opponent doesn't even try to protect this pawn. He moves the bishop for a counterattack on the white pawn instead. Now, if Andrea tries to save this pawn, then rook takes to c8, sees the rook attacking both the queen and the bishop, and then black has a big advantage. However, if Andrea instead captures in the middle, which she did, then the computer says white has an advantage. Because now after bishop takes pawn, the rook can come in, attack the bishop, force the bishop back, then the other rook can come in, and suddenly both rooks are pointing down through the middle of the board, creating some problems for black. Draw is still very much a likely result, but I'm positively encouraged by the fact that the computer likes Andrea's position. Also, for those of you following in chat, I did promise Alexandra I would do a promo for the new YouTube channel. And if I'm entirely honest, I forgot until now. But since I have been reminded by Gerber and other mods, there's a new YouTube channel with recaps and highlights and game analysis from this tournament spree. So go check out that channel. The link is in the chat. Hashtag ad, yes. Oh, first video post in 4 minutes? Okay, so you can't see it right now, but in 4 minutes, there will be a recap of yesterday's games. My bad. Hammer sold? Yeah, no, I'm literally promoting a chess YouTube channel. I sold so bigly. What do you mean you're surprised to see me sell out? Like, I would promote anything for money. You don't know me. I saw Magnus in the banner, so I subscribed. Damn it, I don't think I have Magnus in the banner of my YouTube channel. If only I understood how stuff like that works. So that's the trick. Hammer trying to make the Benjamins? I give it my best, Scribe. Promote my channel for $200? Let me just give you my bank details. I mean, $200? Maybe not in the US, but in Norway, $200 is a lot of money. Did Levy mention Magnus? He has a couple of times. I'm not saying his YouTube channel is built on it. But I'm not saying it's not either. $200 in Norway can buy you like 8 beers. I mean, sure, our beer prices are expensive. But other than that, Norway is not as expensive as everyone wants to believe. Not that I'm gonna make this a healthcare stream, but Norway is pretty nice. I genuinely struggle with the pronunciation of that though. I know that I'm very close to saying bears, but I do think beer? Beer? I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. I don't drink it. I can't pronounce it, but I don't drink it, so I don't feel like I need to know how to pronounce it. Beer. I don't know. It sounds very similar to me. Have you ever had a beer from Czech Republic? I've never had a beer at all. Actually. You don't drink alcohol? I don't drink a lot. Rarely. Special occasions. Beer? Seriously? That would be revolutionary if you just taught me how to pronounce a word. That honestly is embarrassing that I don't know. Beer? 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 Wow. Chat actually helping out? Well, today was not a waste. Regardless how the chess goes, Hammer learned to pronounce a 4-letter word. Oh God. We missing a move? I'm sure we are. F3 has been played. Clever move. A bit of a scary move, I would say. Bezeko is trying to open up in front of the white king. If Andrea captures this pawn, Eval goes from being in white's favor to being in black's favor, just like that. Very scary to open up in front of the king. But on the other hand, it's also very scary to let this pawn live. The recommended move is pawn to g3, but allowing this pawn to establish itself so close to the white king is very uncomfortable. So this is still, I would say this is a tricky position for Andrea, despite the computer loving her position. Can she just ignore? Ooh, that's very sneaky. So if Andrea moves the rook to attack the queen, then her opponent can capture the pawn in front of the white king because you're then threatening to capture the next rook, and you can live with losing your queen as long as you get 2 rooks in trade for the 1 queen. So that's why the computer thinks one of the more clever moves Andrea has here is the other rook to attack the queen through the center. Because then if pawn takes, it doesn't threaten the rook. That's very sneaky. Oh, Andrea actually played g3. Good move. That was the top computer choice, I think. I'm very scared to have this black pawn so close to my own king. But the good thing is that if Andrea's opponent tries to get his queen up to give the checkmate, Andrea can always just move her bishop back. And her bishop are going to protect some of those squares that this pawn is trying to utilize in its attack. And it's a known thing that the further forward a pawn goes, the closer they get to enemy territory, the closer they get to the enemy pieces, and the more likely it is that they're going to get captured. So this pawn is in behind enemy lines. And now the question is, will this guy be a massive contributor to Black's attacking plan? Or will this pawn just be lost when the white pieces start attacking it? Andrea's opponent only has 11 minutes. Yeah, that's another great thing for Andrea. Andrea is closer to the win here than Alexandra right now. Let's see what's going on in Alexandra's board. So knight to e4 is a very sneaky move, attacking both the rook and the pawn. The knight cannot be captured because then there's a back rank checkmate, with both rooks having been lured off the first rank. So instead, Alexandra is going to move her rook up. She's going to attack the knight. And now the knight will return. Or will it go back? Maybe back, now that I think about it. Back to defense to try and stop the white pawn from advancing. And then the computer says it's equal, but it's like it's equal with perfect play, but it's actually super interesting. Either this pawn becomes a new queen or these pawns start running on the side. So this is one of those positions where there's not that many pieces left and the computer says it's dead equal. but it's actually in a practical game super interesting. Very difficult to predict. Okay. Romy did play knight to f6. Good move, I think. Getting back into defense. I'm not loving Alexandra's time situation. You could so easily see, like, Black's next couple of moves are so much easier than White's. The rook will move here, the king will move closer, and this rook is going to try to attack the pawn from the side. I'm very concerned about Alexandra's position. Her pawn is going to be blockaded. It can move forward, but it will be stopped. And even though Alexandra is only one step away from getting a new queen, it's the same problem here with Alexandra's pawn as we saw with Alexander in the other game. That having one of these pawns far into enemy territory, it could be good, but it could also be a disaster. Because it's so difficult to keep it defended when you're so close to all the enemy pieces. So, yeah. I'm not loving Alexandra's position. Is there still a dress code at chess events? It depends on the event, Kevin. But in official World Chess Federation tournaments, there is a dress code, yes. But in general, in pay-to-play tournaments, such as this one, that's open to really anyone, there's never any dress code. We're playing on a 15-minute delay, Joe. Okay, the new YouTube channel has officially released its new video. If you want to check out what happened yesterday, feel free to do so now. Yesterday was quite an interesting day. Alexandra faced a guy who was almost a grandmaster, who might maybe even get his grandmaster title during this tournament. Ooh, G4 from Alexandra. Big move. Okay, I'm gonna let myself be distracted by these developments. Alexandra is now, she kind of understands that this position doesn't really accept a patient mind. This position demands a sense of haste in trying to get the pawn forward. Pawn to g4 is really interesting. You could try to push the knight out of its position, but I think primarily this move is about securing the f5 square for the knight. So Romy will probably play rook to d8, try and get this pawn. Alexandra will move her knight up, and then Romy will get her king closer. Yeah, and I still don't like this for Alexandra. In practical play, it's super difficult to play with this pawn because it's not going to manage to get further. And then you're going to have so much trouble when black just points everything you've got at the pawn. Computer says equal, but I am not liking Alexandra's position. Ooh, question mark move. We love to see that. But why is it bad? So the obvious move here for white is to capture the rook. But the engine wants to get this knight into the middle. Knight f5 threatens knight to e7 with a double attack. So knight to f5 kind of forces the trade. But then this guy is hanging. And frankly, this could be a problem too. If the rook tries to take the pawn immediately, then there's one move for white, and that's pawn steps forward. Attacks the knight. If the knight goes back to surround this pawn, the knight up attacks the rook has to move, and then the pawn just moves forward. Because the rook couldn't take the pawn, because then checkmate. Oof. Yeah, I don't know. This is very tricky. The human approach here is definitely making the rook trade, but then the computer says it's just equal. Actually, computer says Alexandra is a little bit better here as well. So good news for Alexandra that Romy has played a move, getting a question mark from the chess.com server. I'm going to check in with Andrea quickly. Andrea has used her rook to attack the bishop retreats, and now Andrea definitely going to use the other rook to attack in towards the black queen through the center. And then if the queen tries to trade, I guess we go for the trade. And then maybe bishop can attack both of these two pawns. Andrea is better, and her opponent is quite low on time. Everything is going to be decided within the next 30 minutes. If there's any 30 minutes of this game you're going to watch, you're going to want to see the next 30. Because right now, both players, or rather all four players, are getting very, very low on time, which increases the likelihood of mistakes, which in turn increases the likelihood of just deciding the game. Like, there's mistakes and there's blunders. And mistakes you can recover from. Blunders, that's often game over. And the question becomes, who's going to make the blunder? Who's going to let the time situation affect your thinking? Who's going to have the most nerves and make the biggest mistake? Rook trades? Okay. It was definitely the most human thing to do. Alexandra gets an X, which means that you missed a way to win the game. But it's still unpleasant for Romy. Because it was easier to stop this pawn with two rooks close to it. And like now there may be some ideas with, for instance, knight forward, and then you're threatening this check. Actually, knight forward here is very strong. Because it feels like if Alexandra can get this check, forcing the trade, then this feels very dangerous for black. But actually it's not dangerous at all. Because this guy is not getting any closer. You'll be able to open up for your king. Alexandra is down to just 9 minutes. And Romy has really sped up the last couple of moves. She's playing very quickly right now. And I guess the fact that Alexandra is down to 9 minutes is kind of making her move faster. It's such a natural thing to want to go even quicker when you see the time is affecting your opponent. Why not just push the pawn? Because if you push the pawn now, the knight will return, attacking the pawn. You can try to protect the pawn and help it push forward, but then the rook is going to come and block as well. And then your pawn is surrounded. But yeah, that definitely needs to be calculated. And that's kind of Alexandra's problem right now. She has so many different things to calculate. And it's easy to just spend too much time. Because you want some certainty when you make your move. But right now, Alexandra has so little time that she has to make her moves without certainty. She's going to have to trust her instincts and make the move she feels is right instead of the move she knows is right. Because she doesn't have the amount of time left to be certain about anything. Andrea seems in a decent spot. Yeah, Andrea has a good position. I mean, we could see 2 wins here, but we could also see 2 losses. Both games are really up for grabs. Why are there no ratings for Alexandra and Andrea? Because I only added ratings under protest. Initially, I had no ratings for any of the players. We can do a poll. If you want to see Alexandra and Andrea's ratings, then I can put that up for tomorrow. Andrea has just over 13 minutes left. Yeah, it's not a lot of time. And Andrea still has 19 moves to make before she gets an additional 30 minutes on the clock. Everyone's in time pressure right now. Well, actually, everyone except Romy. She seems quite calm and collected. What section of the tournament are they playing? They're playing the D section, aka the open section. So there's the A tournament with world-class players. Then there's the B tournament with players at, frankly, my level. Good, but not world-class. And then there's the C section. Oh, that came out wrong. Especially since the C section is the youngest kids. Just got into this world, started playing chess. That came out triple wrong. Oh God, I didn't even think about that. Damn it. Anyway, the section called C, even that's not great. Anyway, the Future Young Star tournament is the number 3 in that alphabetical order. And then Alexandra and Andrea are playing the D section, which is the open. Alexandra's clock stopped on stream. Yeah, no, I'm having problems with my browser. Ooh, rook to e5. I like this move. This is a great move from Alexandra because now if the knight moves forward, then the pawn can move and promote. So Romy kind of has to go back to keep the knight in defense. But now the brilliant part of playing this pawn to g4 move was that the pawn could even progress further and kick the knight. And that's what Alexandra is going to do now. Or maybe not. Actually, this is maybe even better. This is even better from Alexandra. Because Alexandra realized, no, it's all good. Stop omega lolling and kicking me. No, because if pawn forward attacks the knight steps back, the rook comes up, but black manages to create some kind of barrier that could be difficult to get through. So instead, she goes rook to e7 first. Because now if knight takes pawn... Oh, actually, knight takes pawn, rook c7 is the only winning move. That is very clever, but also kind of tricky. But yeah, the point is that if Romy now concentrates on defending the pawn that's under attack, then pawn to g5 kicks the knight without the knight being able to move to d7. Which is brilliant. And should be good for white. Why is rook c7 only winning move there? Oh, it's kind of complicated. So basically, if you go pawn to d7, knight here, you cannot go rook here to help the pawn because the knight is controlling that square. But you need to have the rook move down to attack the opposing rook in case the rook comes to capture the pawn. So you have to go rook c7 because then when the knight steps back, you push the pawn forward and now rook to d8 is no longer possible because of rook c8. And the rook and king are on the same rank, and white will manage to remove the defender, the only piece that's preventing the pawn from promoting. As opposed to if the rook just captures the pawn, then this is not possible because here you don't have that rook move to attack the black rook the way we did in the previous variation. So that's like very, very finesse. And I'm not sure Alexandra has the time for finesse right here. But the good news is that first it's Romy's decision. So maybe Alexandra doesn't need to figure out what happens if the knight takes the pawn. Because that was definitely not obvious. I think Romy takes the pawn and Alexandra doesn't find rook to c7. Honestly, that is pretty likely. I agree, Federico. That sounds reasonably likely to me. Okay, let's let Romy consider this. She got herself into a bit of a pickle. Let's check in with Andrea, because as people are saying, Alexander is down to just 3 minutes and 30 seconds. I mean, if I was Andrea, I would be so nervous about having this pawn so close to my king. But the computer keeps insisting that Andrea's position is fantastic. I really don't understand the computer's optimism. Although I do like this second choice of the computer, pawn to h4. Pawn to h4 is nice because then I'll try to move the pawn up and work together with the fact that I have the bishop and the queen pointing down on the black king. And it also creates some space for my king to run away in case some kind of back rank checkmate. Back rank checkmate doesn't seem very likely right now with both of white's rooks being on the first rank. But like, back rank checkmate become a theme in Alexandra's game 2 moves after she had both her rooks in these same kind of positions. So just suddenly it becomes a thing that your opponent can catch your king on the back rank. So it's often nice to just give the king some space early on, if you can also combine that with an attacking scheme. Romy took the pawn. Oh man, everything's happening. Question mark, says the computer. But the only winning move is rook to c7. Huge moment for Alexandra. She has one winning move and she doesn't find it. Oh, that's unfortunate. It made a lot of sense trying to get a free pawn, but here time was of the essence. It's still complicated though. Like, this pawn is still quite dangerous, especially if Alexandra gets her knight. If Alexandra could get her knight to the c6 square, that would be huge, because then the knight is controlling the square that the pawn needs to move to become a new queen. But yeah, Alexandra only had 4 minutes left on the clock. Had she had more time, maybe she would have understood the significance of that moment. Time trouble is... it's pretty much what every chess player struggles with. You think an hour and a half would be so much time, but when it comes down to it, you never have enough time. At least that's my experience. What was the best defense after rook to c7? So the best defense was trying to get the king off the first rank and then trying to take the pawn. But the problem is that the white knight is able to reinforce the pawn, so that even though the rook comes in to try and keep this one under lock and key, the problem is, even though there's the same amount of pawns in this position, and even though the knight cannot step forward without losing the pawn, the key here is that the black king cannot approach the pawn, because then there's going to be a fork with the knight attacking both the king and the rook. And if black just pushes pawns on the king's side, then white will have time to run their king over on the opposite flank, and basically the king will just come up to help the pawn, and there's nothing black can do in the meantime. Because if you move the rook, then the knight can come in and attack the square that you need to control. If the knight moves, then also the knight comes in. So black would just be stuck with these two pieces, and white would have time to bring the king. It was not elementary in any way, but it was possible to find. Okay, now the rook comes in to attack the pawn. This pawn will need to be protected. I'm thinking knight to f5. Knight to f5 would keep the pawn protected. Ooh, but actually the computer says knight to f5 is a mistake, which will hand black a significant advantage, because of pawn attacks knight, and when the knight moves, the king will come in. The king puts pressure on the knight. The rook puts pressure on the pawn. And the pawn is actually unable to save itself. So actually that move, rook takes pawn, it was not just not the winning move. It's also a move that may put the ball back into black's court as far as winning this game is concerned. However, Alexandra can play rook to b7. No, rook to b7 is a good move. It's a great move, because then Romy cannot capture the pawn because of back rank checkmate. And if Romy cannot capture the pawn, then Alexandra will both capture the black pawn and give protection to her own pawn on the next move. Andrea is visibly happy. Okay. Man, both games in time trouble at the same time is creating a lot of chaos. Is Andrea visibly happy though? I'm kind of trusting you, but I mean, she looks kind of concentrated. Bishop to d5. Okay, so the bishop tries to attack the pawn. Computer hates that move. Ooh, and with good reason, because now rook can attack the queen, and when the queen retreats, the rook doesn't have to trade with the white rook. Instead, the rook can utilize the fact that black's pawn is far advanced to move up along that central file and attack towards the white queen together with the black king. Ooh, that is not good news for Andrea. That was a big mistake from her. And now black is going to seize the initiative. However, Alexander only has 3 minutes left. Will he find this continuation? I suspect he will. An X she gets. Which is kind of good news, because that means you haven't made a blunder per se. You just missed an opportunity to have good winning chances. Alexandra lost. I mean, Alexandra didn't play the move we wanted her to. And I don't know why she felt the need to push this knight back, because frankly, she's just pushing the knight into a better defensive position. The knight steps back. Alexandra comes in with her knight. Pawn to g6. Ooh, this is why she did what she did. Because now this knight is no longer controlling the h6 square. So now Alexandra can move her knight. Instead of moving into the middle, she can move her knight for a double attack on the black king and on the black pawn. Okay, so Alexandra should end up with an extra pawn at the end of these complications. And she has played that knight move. So I didn't like that she pushed the black knight back, because then the knight was better placed defensively. But the knight no longer controlled this square, which she now utilizes with the check. Only one move for Romy not to lose the game. And that's moving the king up. But of course she's going to see that. What's happening in Andrea's game? Ooh, Andrea's opponent made a mistake. He didn't go for this rook into the middle, through the center, into an attacking position towards the white king. Instead, rook to f5 also gets an X. Andrea offers the queen trade. That was by far the best move in the position. She's rewarded with an X-clam. Now, if Alexander tries to capture the white pawn, then Andrea can use her rook, try for a back rank checkmate, trade the rooks in the corner, and then capture that annoying black pawn that was so close to the white king. Andrea would then not be up a pawn, but the computer really likes white's position here. Partly because of this bishop having the pressure against the black pawn on b7. The queen trade has happened. Andrea only has one move. She needs to save her bishop. Where's 1 minute 20 for Andrea's opponent? Andrea is closer to the win right now, despite playing a higher rated opponent. Alexandra is playing a lower rated one, the 8-year-old Romy Milner from California. And Romy did find the king moving up. Alexandra now will have to play rook takes pawn and then take the knight afterwards. This game is almost certainly going to end in a draw. There should be no chance for Alexandra to win this game. It's important that Alexandra take with the rook, because if she takes with the knight, the rook will come in between. There will be a trade. And even though Alexandra is up a pawn right here, I feel like it's closer to black winning than white winning because black has their king way more active. So the black king will take this white pawn in the center. And Alexandra is not close to getting her king involved. So I feel like she should do a safety first strategy here and play rook takes. Ooh, she plays knight takes instead. Alexandra was down to just 15 seconds there, but she gets an additional 30 seconds per move that's being made. Romy only has one acceptable move here, just like on the previous one. But just like on the previous one, she's definitely going to find this one. The rook steps in between. The rook is attacking both the white rook and the white knight, so white has no choice but to make the trade. Romy, of course, going to take back. And then when the knight takes back, it will also open a channel for the black king to step in and start attacking this white pawn in the center. Alexandra is up a pawn in an endgame. Usually that's really good. But here the activity of the black king makes me think that black is closer to the win than white. We'll see if that is actually a correct assessment. Okay, moving back to Andrea's board. The rook comes in, attacks a white pawn. Andrea easily stops that threat. And now this rook is actually not doing much at all. Alexander struggling to find a purpose with the rook. Tries to attack another one of the white pawns. Trying to create some kind of a weakness in Andrea's position that he can, I don't know, exploit. And now that the queens are no longer on the board, this pawn is no longer an asset for black. This pawn on f3 was interesting as long as the queens were still there, because this pawn could contribute in an attack against the white king. But now without the queens, you could easily imagine that Andrea just gets all of her rooks, both her rooks and the bishop, pointing in against this pawn. And there's not much black can do about it. Pawn to b4. I understand what Andrea is thinking. She's thinking, I don't want to put my pawns on the light squares because I have a bishop that also goes on the light squares. But the problem here is when she plays b4, she does protect her pawn, but she actually wanted to have her pawns on the same square as her bishop because her priority should be to keep the pawns protected. And now the problem with this move is that black still manages to put pressure on these white pawns. The pawn on b4 is now kind of difficult to defend, which was the major drawback of pushing that pawn forward. Okay, we're going to let Andrea think about this for a little bit. We're going to step back to Alexandra. Pawn to h6, attacks the knight. The knight moves away, but here Romy comes with her king, closing in on the extra pawn Alexandra has in her position. And I'm really not liking Alexandra. Ooh, no, actually, maybe this is good for Alexandra. Very good formation here. She has the knight protecting the pawn protecting the knight, and then the king is going to step in to protect the pawn. Actually, now that I think about it, I don't see how Romy can get her pawn back in a simple manner. The computer says knight to c5 is a draw, offering the trade of knights, going into a pawn endgame with a pawn less. But the idea is that you have to see in advance that the black king can get to the white pawn and there's nothing white can do in the meantime to create any problems. But that's not super easy. It doesn't make... It goes against your instincts to a certain degree. Never mind. Of course, Romy, the 8-year-old, finds this move. She offers the trade of knights. She's also attacking the pawn on b3. Alexandra... Ooh, that's a good move from Alexandra. She says no thank you to the trade on Romy's terms. And she saves her pawn. That's a very clever move. Romy moves her knight back. Ooh, but now both the knight and the king is going to attack that pawn. Yeah, no, this is just high level play. That pawn is surrounded. So my initial assessment was right. It's Alexandra who needs to be careful not to lose this. She only needs to make an additional 2 more moves before she gets 30 minutes extra on the clock. She's bringing her king in towards the center, makes sense. But Romy is going to do the same thing. And now this pawn is being captured on the next move, no matter what. Did Andrea blunder? Yeah, Andrea made a mistake. Andrea got too obsessed with protecting her pawns. So now she went into this very, very dangerous pin. She allowed the black rook to point down on the bishop. The bishop cannot move because then the white rook behind is being lost. But the rook cannot move either because then the bishop is lost. So Andrea's move here, trying to move her pawns to the other color than her bishop, has massively backfired. Because her obsession with keeping the pawns protected has ruined the coordination between her rooks and her bishop. And suddenly this black rook is attacking 2 pawns, and this black rook is putting pressure against the bishop and the rook. Andrea has to play very accurately now to avoid a loss, is my assessment. Okay, Alexandra moves her king up. That was Alexandra's 40th move, which means she now gets an additional 30 minutes on the clock. That's good news. The bad news is that the position is just a draw. And because Alexandra has the split up pawns, these pawns are not protecting each other the same way blacks can if they choose to. It means that Alexandra is a little bit worse. So she is the one who has to play accurately to make the draw. But I would think she's going to manage. Actually, maybe Alexandra is better. Ooh, maybe Alexandra is better because she has her king higher up on the board than the black king. Actually, this is, even though there's only 3 pawns left for both players, it's very easy to go wrong in this endgame. This is not over at all, but they do have an additional 30 minutes to think about it. So we're going to move to Andrea's game. Andrea's opponent has less than a minute left, but Andrea doesn't have a lot of time either. Andrea moves back. That's a big concession. Now black can just capture this pawn. Her previous move was moving the rook up, and now she literally just unmade her move, giving black the opportunity to both activate the rook and capture a pawn on the side. Why not rook to c8? If rook to c8, I think trade, and then rook takes pawn, protects this one, and there's no back rank mate because the bishop is protecting. So Andrea just lost a pawn there. Now is when the puzzle rush training needs to kick in. This is why I tell Andrea she always has to play out her puzzle rushes. She needs to practice dealing with negative emotions. This is one of the trickiest things in chess. You've made a blunder, you've made a mistake, you're angry at yourself, but you gotta avoid making the second blunder in a row. You gotta keep your head cool. Refresh Alexandra's board. She never does. I know she never does black up. But every time I see her doing her puzzles, I say the same thing. Okay, there's a trade of rooks. Andrea is threatening this black pawn on f3. And actually, black cannot defend that pawn. If black tries to use the bishop to defend the pawn, Andrea can capture it anyway. Because if the black bishop captures white, then it is a back rank checkmate. Oh, and he fell for it. He fell for it. Oh my gosh, he fell for it. And now Andrea is back in the driver's seat. Big mistake. And suddenly Andrea has the upper hand yet again. She won back the pawn that was a problem, but now she'll also be able to activate her rook. Another question mark move. Back-to-back question marks. This is what time trouble does to a chess player. You cannot be low on time without making mistakes. And now, since Andrea got rid of this black pawn, it has created an escape square for the king, which means that the rook is now free to go into the attack. The rook will move to attack both of black's pawns at the same time. No, Andrea plays h4. Andrea could have just won a pawn. If she moved her rook up, one of these two pawns would have been lost. It's a big mistake from Andrea as well. Both players very stressed out about the time situation. Andrea has to make another 7 moves. Her opponent has to make 8. Her opponent offers a rook trade. My first impression is this is clever. Computer thinks white is better, but in general, it's nicer to have the 2 versus 1 on the far side in an endgame. So not only did Andrea make a mistake not moving her rook up to attack the pawns, she now also allowed a simplification into an endgame that is potentially problematic for her. Black king further away, this is true. Yeah, so if the black king was here, then this would be a massive problem for Andrea. But because the king is trapped in the corner, it's probably okay. Isn't it 1v1? No, because after takes, if Andrea takes the black pawn, then the black bishop takes the white pawn. And here black would have excellent chances to win because they have that passed pawn with a clear path to becoming a new queen, which will distract the white king, which in turn will open up for the black king to kind of get in behind. 1 versus 0 is better. It's better for the one trying to get a queen. In this circumstance anyway, I think it's generally better too. It's worse with the rooks on, but it might be better with just the bishops. Okay, so the trade did not happen. Andrea activates her king. Very good logic there from Andrea. She realizes that if he wants the trade, then he's going to have to pay for it. Unfortunately, when the bishop comes in, check on the king. If the king moves away, Andrea loses her rook. So now she has to agree to a trade of bishops. Ooh, and this becomes a complicated pawn endgame. Maybe it's kind of similar to Alexandra, honestly. Because how do you evaluate this situation? You could easily think that black is better because black has the 2 pawns versus 1 on the far side. But what is the far side with the white king coming to that side immediately. If both players move their king over, then this other side becomes the far side, and then it's good for white. This could become a pawn endgame, which Andrea wins. It might be all about the king activity, and Andrea's king is way more active than the black king that has to struggle getting back to play from the corner. What about rook to b2 check and taking the pawn? Yes, but there's a trap. If you take the pawn, it's a back rank checkmate again. So I'm assuming Andrea saw that, or she got very lucky. Doesn't really matter. Because either way, it's in the position, so the pawn cannot be captured. The guy has gone for the trade. We now have a pawn endgame. And it's quite a complicated one. I think for Andrea, it would be good if both players rush their kings towards the left side. Because then the right side becomes the far side. And you want to have more pawns than the opponent on the far side of the board. Right now, this feels better for black because black has the pawns on the far side. This is actually very complicated. It's way more complicated than it looks. Andrea needs to just get her king up the middle ASAP. Computer says this might be winning for black. Here's Andrea's problem. If she goes to the left, then black can go to the right. If she goes to the right, then black can go to the left. And if both kings stay in the center, then black has the easier time pushing their pawns up as a distraction. And what we could be concerned about is something like this, where the black pawns just continue forward on the left side, distracting the white king from going there, and then the black king goes over to the other side. And then there's a big race. And apparently you have to be super accurate. This is a draw, this is a win. This is a draw. This is a win. Okay, this is a tremendously complicated pawn endgame. Just trust me on this. You can count pawns and say, well, it's 4 versus 4. It's going to be a draw. But I've played a game of chess or two in my life. And I'm asking you to trust me. This is very, very tricky. G4, I'm not sure I like that. Because now it kind of gets easier for black to get the king in. Yeah, G4, losing move. Computer says now black wins. It's still very complicated. But it's definitely easier to be black than white. And it does definitely help having the computer saying that black is winning. It means that you might stumble upon the right way to play. What did I say? It's easier to be black than white. That's not even a stumble. I don't even regret saying that. It's just correct chess assessment. In the meantime, Alexandra has been spending quite a bit of time thinking. Yeah, this is also kind of a tricky endgame, but it's way less tricky than Andrea's. Because here, contrary to Andrea's game, here there's no majority on either side. So the reason Andrea's game is so tricky is because one player has an advantage with 2 against 1 on the left side, and then there's 3 against 2 on the other side. And that makes it like a very uneven struggle that one player has the advantage on one side, another player has the advantage on the opposite side. But here it's 1 pawn each on the left and 2 pawns each on the right. And that's just gonna end in a draw. Ooh, Andrea's opponent made a mistake as well. So apparently king to e5 was the only winning move. And after h5, Andrea could have just made the trade and then move her king up. Her mistake previously was that she wasn't quick enough to get her king up towards the middle. But she got another chance to make the trade and then move the king up, and instead she played her pawn forward. And now once again, king up, which is a very obvious move, is winning for black. And this time Alexander, he got an additional 30 minutes because both players have completed 40 moves each. So now they're free to think with that extra time. This is so hard. Yeah. It's also way more difficult than I'm making it out to be. Because I'm just looking at the computer. Computers are really good at these kind of endgames. But for a human to have to calculate every possible situation 20 moves deep is just, it's a nightmare. Black can still make a mistake, definitely. But Andrea made her move pretty quickly here after she had gotten an additional 30 minutes on the clock. And that's just very, very bad. I do understand why she didn't want to take this, though. It makes a lot of sense. Because takes, king up, it feels like these black pawns are just going to be a disaster. That the king has to go over here and then the black king will go over here. But apparently here the only drawing move is pawn to a3. How is that the only drawing move? And here the only drawing move is pawn to f3. Okay, never mind. So the reason Andrea didn't want to make this trade is because it opens the path for the black king to try and attack this pawn on the side. And the computer is finding some ridiculous variations in which white can survive, but it wasn't very human. So I understand why Andrea did what she did. But now she's faced with this black king advancing. And there's just nothing she can do. Because black in time will advance his pawns on the queen side. And then the white king will have to move over there to stop the pawns. But that will result in the black king being able to capture pretty much every white pawn on the opposite flank. And this is why we say it's so important to have the outside pawns. Both kings are now kind of focused on the king side, the right side of the board, and then having the extra pawn on the opposite flank to create the distraction to lure the white king over here so that the black king can capture here is just, there's nothing you can do about it. It's just completely game over. What about f4, f5? So if f4, computer says that the only winning move is king to f6. So this is what Andrea needs to try. The idea is that if the king moves back, then you can go here, try and get trades of as many pawns as possible. And if the black pawn captures the white pawn, then you capture on the side. And then you create this sort of distraction. The black king has to step over here to stop this one. And while the black king is busy dealing with that one, we will take the other one and then we will just run back as quickly as possible. And we make it just in time to stop the black pawn. So Andrea should definitely play pawn to f4 because it's the trickiest move. And it's the one that forces black to move back with the king where he came from, which is not at all obvious. And the reason you need to go here is because then the king will protect the pawn. So if the king steps back here and Andrea tries the same plan of just getting rid of as many pawns as possible, then pawn takes pawn. And you have the trade, but then the king is ready to come and the king will stop this guy with a win. Very, very tricky pawn endgame. But if Alexander plays it correctly at this stage, he will win the game. But yeah, it's a very good attempt. Andrea should definitely play pawn to f4. And it's very logical for black to try and have the king as aggressive as possible, having the king in the center. But then this actually would be a draw. Because the king has to run back to stop this one. And then as the king runs back, then we come here. And we get this sort of thing. And it's going to be a draw. Well, actually here, white is even close to winning. But black is just in time to make the draw. And this is kind of a funny finish because it's a stalemate. Is it too early for Romy and Alexandra to offer a draw? No. But I think Alexandra is trying to look for a way to win. Classical is so hard to watch because it's slow or what? I feel like in the last hour, this has been kind of prime classical gameplay. Everyone in time scrambles, lots of mistakes, chances to win, chances to lose. This is my favorite part of the game. If you don't like this, then yeah, you're not gonna like any sort of slow chess. It's way too slow. It is a bit slow. But I was kind of hoping that I was doing a job to make it feel less slow. But I guess you don't like it. I'm gonna look for some more sympathy in my kitchen. Get some snacks, maybe a raisin, maybe some salmon. All the players have gotten an additional 30 minutes on the clock because they completed 40 moves. Alexandra is trying to win her game against the 8-year-old Romy Milner of California. But it looks as though that endgame is going to be a draw. Both girls are in a pawn endgame with equal amount of pawns. but the reason Andrea is in trouble is that the black pawns on the far side may cause a distraction, forcing her king to go to the left. Oh gosh, that's a risky move from Alexandra. Okay, Alexandra is trying to lure the king over here so that it becomes a pawn race. But I guess you have it under control. Right? Yeah, actually here Alexandra is the one closest to win, but you cannot win with an edge pawn. So it's just going to be a draw. Okay, Alexandra did calculate that, and she did calculate it correctly. Andrea is still trying to figure out if there's any tricks on how she can survive. The pace gets a lot slower in the end games. So if you want to have some chess content while I take a little break, you should check out the new YouTube channel, which has Alexandra and Andrea analyzing yesterday's games, and they will continue using that channel as a game review of the previous day's games. So subscribe, like, comment, all of that stuff. I'll be back in 5. Does Alexandra and Andrea have a tell that tells you they're stressed? I mean, I guess it's mostly about making mistakes, right? When people make mistakes, you can kind of tell they're stressed out, because otherwise they wouldn't necessarily make the mistake. Nothing more than I have insights into other people. Reading people, maybe not my primary skill, I would say. So Alexandra played this really risky b5 move. The reason it's risky is because it kind of gives a path for the black king to come in and attack it more easily. And now if Alexandra moves back, then she loses. Because then the black king is more active and you can kind of walk across to take the white pawn. So here, either Alexandra has to go f4, after which she's going to have to make a draw down a pawn. But there's this classic endgame where even though you're down a pawn, or gonna be down a pawn, it's still a draw. You just need to know how to defend this. Keep your king in front of the black king so that black is unable to advance the pawn and keep the king ahead of the pawn. But that's kind of sad going into an endgame down a pawn. But the problem is the only alternative is to move the king back where it came from, after which Romy can either just go back and forth for the immediate draw, or she can try to win. And we have a pawn race. And pawn races are always super tricky to calculate. But based on the computer's assessment, it seems like however you execute this pawn race, both players are getting a new queen. And it's going to be a draw. So, yeah, Alexandra moves back to the left, and Romy, she just wants a draw, so she follows. And here, if Alexandra wants to avoid the draw, she gets to lose instead. So maybe not do that. Dina coming in with a raid of 485. How's everyone doing? My name is Hammer. I'm doing commentary for Alexandra and Andrea. And they're both still playing. We're in hour 4 right now. But Alexandra is about to make a draw with her 8-year-old opponent. An 8-year-old who has played quite well. And here we just get the shake hands. A draw agreed. 8-year-old Romy Milner. She has made a draw against Alexandra Botez. And right now, I think that's something Romy is gonna be very happy about and talk very positively about. I managed to make a draw against the Alexandra Botez. But let me tell you, 5 years from now, 10 years from now, I'm thinking we're going to be talking about this moment as the moment where Alexandra almost beat the great Romy Milner. It's certainly a possibility. But a draw has been agreed. Did we miss a comment from Alexandra? She's 9? I've been saying 8 because I think statistically it's likely that she's 8, right? Because what are the odds of her birthday being in January or February? That's the only information I have to go at. So I've been saying 8. 1 in 6? Well, thank you. That was rhetorical, chat. Alex said she's 9. It's a better story if she's 8. I don't know why she's fighting it. People are born in January and February. Actually, I think there are stats on this. And like there's fewer people born in February and January because there are more funny business happening during the winter. At least this is what I heard. I heard that there's like more late autumn kind of kids than there are, I don't know. So it's not even 2 in 12. It's probably even better odds than that. Well, there's only 28 days in February. Also a good point. Very good point, Eagle. Like, statistically, it was very likely she was 8 and not 9. I don't even trust Alexandra to have done the research here. I feel like she only checked, may have just checked the birth year. Okay, maybe she talked to her opponent. Talking to people is never my first option, but if she did, maybe her info is accurate. But I thought it was a fair guesswork by me. Did Alexandra win? No, it was a draw. We can move to a different scene. Let me just work my magic. It's not super pretty. I agree. But it's what we got. Is she dead or lost or not? Yeah, she is. Unfortunately. Andrea is losing. But she still has one trick in the position. So her opponent could still fall for the one trick. And it's not super unlikely that he does. Thank you, Fade Away. I appreciate it. Oh, are we doing a poll? Mods, can we do a poll? Is your birthday in January or February? Yes, no. Why isn't she surrendering? Because she has the same amount of pieces as her opponent. Would you give up? If you had the same amount of pieces? It may end in a draw. It could still happen. So right now we're hoping that Andrea is we need her to go pawn to f4. This is the only trick she has. Oh. Apparently this trick doesn't work anymore. Oh, damn it. The trick doesn't work anymore because Andrea, when she captures this guy, now the black pawn is quick enough on the other side. That's unfortunate. Yeah, then she has no tricks left. Oh man. She was almost winning at one point. Okay, the poll is almost over. And I just want to say that more people don't have a birthday in January, February than the people who do have a birthday those months. Which means I was completely justified in calling Romy Milner an 8-year-old. I worked with the information and the mathematics education I had. Right now, we're waiting for either Alexandra to get on her computer or Andrea to resign. Andrea is in trouble, unfortunately. She's gonna lose her game. Alexandra has made a draw against a girl who might be 9, might be 8. Still unclear. We need to verify the source before we can say anything conclusively. "15 seconds of Googling? Really? I have a university degree basically in Googling. No, 15 seconds are up. I didn't figure it out. What degree do you have? Well, to be fair, I didn't complete my degree. But I was in uni for a journalism degree. I will tell the story. I have no doubt that you will. Alexandra. Drama incoming? Oh, you're gonna talk about Andreas' game? Wow. Creating drama. Chess and drama, name a more iconic duo. I wish there was less drama in chess these days. I never thought I was gonna say it, but there's too much now. Let me just switch scenes.
Or maybe just add me so they can still watch Andrea's game. Or do you not know how to do that? Not that you don't know, but don't want to.
I can do that. Where did your camera go? Did you turn it off?
Oh no, honestly, I could just do audio too, and then when Andrea calls, I could do video.
Okay.
Okay, so first of all...
No, wait. Yeah, okay. Go ahead. No, I don't have you. Sorry. Add source, audio output, computer sounds. Okay, now.
Wait, I wanted to see chat too, but I can't have video and see chat, but I'm just a voice, right?
Yeah.
Okay. So they can hear me? All right, chat, do you want the drama first, or do we want to talk about the chess first?
Chess first.
Okay. Did I mess up the prep?
Yes.
What did I mess up?
So basically in most of the lines you wanted to take back with the pawn, except this variation, because in this variation, if you take with the bishop, she has to move the rook, and that gives you time to create quite an unpleasant pressure. But what you did was fine. Like, you were winning.
Did I play okay? I mean, I got in time pressure. I was trying hard to push.
Yeah, no, I mean, so the move you spent 30 minutes on was a huge mistake.
Which one did I spend 30 minutes on? Queen h4?
Yeah.
I was looking at so many options, and I didn't like any of the variations, so I thought that one gave me the most chances.
Yeah, no, queen d2 was winning.
Queen where? D2?
D2.
That's wild. I mean, there were just so many lines.
Yeah.
Queen d2 did not look winning to me.
The point why you go queen d2 instead of queen d4 is because after queen d2, queen takes d6, b4. Then I should do this with the board so that chat can see. But I have the board in the post-game interview scene.
It's okay. It's okay.
I can do the overview so that I can show what I'm saying.
Yeah, okay.
But then they can't hear you now. I don't have computer sounds on anything, on any of the scenes. Okay, you should be good now.
Okay, test. Hello.
Yeah.
Don't worry, chat. The drama is juicy. And Andrea's opponent's mom is the rudest lady I've ever met at a chess tournament so far, but we'll save that. She was clearly just like triggered by the fact that we were taking photos, or like creators, and probably just hates influencers, but I will save it.
I mean,
no, you guys.
When you've said A, you kind of got to say B, right?
Okay, so at the start of the game, I was taking some photos, and she's right behind my chair, and I don't see her, so I take out my chair to move past, and apparently part of my heel gets on her shoes. As soon as that happens, I'm like, oh, I'm like, so sorry, is everything okay? She doesn't even look me in the eye. She just starts angrily scoffing, refusing to reply anything, and like kind of huffs and puffs and walk away. And once again, I was trying to check that everything was okay, and I said I was sorry, and she was right behind my chair, which, you know, was also next to her son, but obviously I didn't see her. Now, after I leave the tournament hall, she comes and she grows a translator and she's like, "You destroyed my shoes." And I reply back with the translator. I was like, "Oh, I'm so sorry. Like, please show me where. I didn't see you. You were behind my chair." And she replies and she goes, "I was not behind your chair. I was behind my son's chair." And she just huffs and puffs and walks away, like again, refusing to show me where the shoe was actually hurt. Because once again, I'm trying to see. So then I go back to her because I'm like, okay, like if I ruined her shoes, I want to make things right. I obviously didn't see. So I go after her, and once again I'm like, hey, can you please show me where the shoe is? And she shows me, and it's like, you cannot see anything. Like, I took a photo, you literally can't see anything. She's clearly upset for other reasons. And then I was like, oh, is this it? And then she like gets really annoyed again. And then she texts, she's like, you need to pay attention to more things in life than just taking a photo with your heels on. Go take more photos. Like, she's just super upset. I'm like, what? I was like, okay. And then she's like, goodbye. And then she just like, she doesn't even ask for anything because you could tell there's like no mark on the shoes. And then she walks
Alexandra,
away.
you need to be the bigger person in these things.
Oh my God, but this was wild.
No, but it's still, you know better.
Well, that's why I kept asking to like show me where it was, and I was so nice to start off with. I was like, "Hey, I'm sorry, I didn't see you. Can I see where it is? Like, please." But when she shows me black shoes with nothing on them, like, what's a girl supposed to do?
You smile and you say, "I'm so sorry," and you move on. I don't know.
I was trying to be the bigger person, but she just kept saying rude things about taking photos. Like, she was clearly just triggered by the fact that we take
It's not
photos.
the
And
first
things
time you've had someone be kind of
girls.
negative about influence girls, right?
No, it's not the first time, but she once again, like, even when the incident happened, I was like trying to make right, and she was just huffing and puffing, and like wouldn't even look me straight in the face, and was like, honestly, this woman deserves an Emmy for the over this top thing she tried to pull off with those shoes. Anyway, rant over.
Is it over though? Because we saw
No,
that and Andrea's opponent didn't want to be on camera.
yeah, I mean, it's her son, and like it's I mean, again, she didn't want to be on camera because I think
Did that
it's
happen
not. I don't.
after or before?
No, oh no. So the shoe incident happened, but I think she just didn't want to be on camera the entire time because, again, like, I this is the same. The shoe woman also didn't want her son to be on camera, which makes sense. But to me, it just feels like she doesn't like us, and she was like trying to,
But
make a scene
you
about
can
it.
live with people not liking you. That's fine.
I can, but I'm allowed to rant about it. And her son is also winning.
What does that matter?
I
He
just
was
don't
losing
understand why she's
earlier.
so angry.
Andrea had him.
Oh my God, I wish Andrea beat him.
Oh,
But
God.
honestly, it's not his fault. It's not his
Of course
fault.
it's not his fault.
And if anything, it's like, it's hard to grow up with a tiger mother. But once again, I was trying really hard to be nice over and over again. And like, she just kept huffing and puffing and walking away. And I kept being like, hey, I'm sorry. Like, can I see? Because again, if I had actually ruined her shoes, I would have offered to get her new ones. But there was nothing there. She was just being dramatic.
But now you're being dramatic.
I am a storyteller. Anyway, so my opponent played pretty well, right?
Yeah. I mean, someone asked, what were you rated at 8, Hammer? And I had to explain I didn't even play chess tournaments when I was 8 years old. I got my first chess rating at 9 in Berkeley in California, and I got a USCF of like 940. And she's at 1800.
No, I mean, she's extremely good. She's here with Susan Polgar, by the way. I see them getting to dinner. I think she's like one of Susan's pupils or proteges or something. Oh, I accidentally left my hotel room open. My bad. Oh my God, is Andrea back in it? I just see chat saying things. Did he blunder? Oh my God, I'm definitely gonna have to buy the mom new shoes. She's gonna come for me, Hammer.
Oh, he did blunder, apparently.
Like, I wouldn't be surprised if like she drew on an extra spot and brought them to the arbiter tomorrow. But luckily for me, I took a photo of them today. Oh God, Hammer! If Andrea wins, she's coming for me. I'm actually scared now. I take everything back.
But I mean, buy her a new pair of shoes regardless. Like, what the heck?
No, I do not buy. No, no, no. If I had done something wrong, yes. But when somebody is disrespectful and trying to take advantage of you, refusing to communicate, you don't reward bad behavior
But
with
now
something
you're
nice.
being disrespectful, using your platform to badmouth someone who genuinely doesn't want to be part of anything.
That is fair. I shouldn't badmouth her on a platform.
Are you upset because you lost to a 6-year-old?
I did not lose. I tied.
It's kind of like losing when they're that small.
But I also don't think anybody actually knows her name or who she is or anything about her.
Well, they're
That being
gonna
said,
in like 5 to 10 years. I said to chat, in 5 to 10 years, we're gonna remember this moment as the moment where Alexandra almost beat Romy Milner.
I saw that.
So do you think she's got what it takes?
Romy to be talented?
No, well, I mean, obviously she's talented, but all these American girls only play chess for their college applications, no? Like, the US
Wow,
has
that's
so...
not nice.
But there's some truth to it, no? The US has an incredible amount of talented girls, and boys, for that matter. But it seems like the number of US players that drop out at age like 13, 14 is ridiculous.
Well, I don't think it's exactly like that. It's more that when they get into college, they can't continue because college is just too intense.
No, but they quit before that, I think.
They only quit before that, like if they have to focus on college. Like I don't think they're just using it for their resume. Like a lot of people I know really like chess, but they just
Well, I mean,
couldn't do
obviously it doesn't start that way, I would
Yeah.
guess, because as a kid.
But anyway, I do want to say, like, obviously, I don't want anyone to like look up the woman or anything like that. I was just ranting because it was not a very nice incident, and I was triggered because it just happened. But I do have to be responsible with the platform, so now I kind of regret telling the story, even though it was true. Now I'm stressed. But you know what? And at least Andrea might draw her game.
She deserves it, honestly. Like she
fighting?
yeah, no, well, I mean, she could have won a pawn. She could have gotten an endgame a pawn up at some point. I don't know if you're watching stream, but there was a moment she had this rook to e7 and just it would win a pawn on the queen side, and she would just have a really solid advantage, good chances to win, no chances to lose. But time trouble, it affects us so bad. You make so many silly mistakes.
How much time does she have?
She has like, oh god, she only has 3 minutes.
Yeah.
No, but her moves are so straightforward now, though. Like, she has to take this pawn and then this pawn. And then I'm guessing he gets a queen first. Okay, she needs to find this f5 move, but she's gonna find that, obviously, right?
I hope so. I know Andrea doesn't love her endgames.
Yeah, no, but that's yeah. Okay, don't get me started. She's like purposefully saying, "Oh, I'm bad at endgames," and that makes her bad at endgames because she's kind of talking herself down.
Yes, this is true, but she's not saying it now. So us announcing this isn't going to change anything. I'm just giving chat more context.
Yeah. So if he takes this pawn now, then Andrea's next couple of moves are the most obvious in the history of chess. So the only concern is if he tries to go for this side pawn first, because then that actually matters a great deal, because you can just skip taking this pawn altogether, and that enables you to get a queen one move earlier, which is massive, and it enables black to win the game.
How likely do you think it is that Andrea ties this game?
Right now, I think it's like 70%, maybe a bit more. Like, she only needs to find one move. King g4, f5. She only needs to find this f5 move. And then it's over. Like, if she finds f5, the guy has to capture. Her capture is obvious. His move is obvious. Her move is obvious. His move is obvious. Her move is obvious. He moves the king. She pushes the pawn. Both players push the pawn as far as possible. And then he gets a queen first, but this is a well-known draw. That even though you don't have the queen, you have these stalemating patterns. Where you hide your king in the corner. And every time the queen approaches, you can hide in the corner. Because then the black king cannot approach because of stalemate. So the queen has to avoid the stalemate, but then you are ready to get a new queen. And using this method, you can never force the white king away from the white pawn. And it's just a draw.
Well, hey, maybe at least one of us is gaining some elo this round, so that would be nice.
Yeah. Well, you were very close to winning. Like, I feel like the opening worked beautifully, but I don't know. It depends on what you felt during, I guess.
I mean, I think it's just new kinds of positions that I like. One, I'm rusty, and two, there are positions I'm not familiar with, so I think it's a little bit harder. But the way I see it is like, we're going to be playing a lot of rounds. Playing like things is playing newer openings that are better is good for my chess
you
long
got a
term.
winning position right out of the opening, and all your moves were fairly straightforward. I feel like that has to be a success.
I guess so. Was I ever worse?
Yeah.
When was I worse?
Well, the thing is that after the queen trade, she has this 2 versus 1 on the queen side. And if she plays correctly, you can never really push your central pawn forward. So, like here, for instance, if the rook just comes in to stop the pawn and the king approaches, like this white pawn is in quite the situation where it becomes difficult to keep it protected with the black pawn.
Got it. I kept looking at lines like that, and I thought I had counterplay, but I could have miscalculated. I was better for most of the game. Okay, good to know. But again, I'm still impressed with how she played. Not that I like, drawing younger kids, but when they're talented and they play well, and I miss my winning opportunities, what can I say?
Yeah. No, I thought she played well. But we were really fascinated by her concentration. Like, she barely even left the board.
Yeah, no, she was.
I was saying she was sitting too much at the board.
Oh, you thought she should walk around a little bit?
I mean, it's got to be so tiring to sit there all the time.
Oh, also, why don't we have Andrea's time on the stream? Do we just not have it?
We don't have it. I don't know why. Because you can see on the video feed that the thing into the clock is there. But the chess.com events page just doesn't have it.
Do you see how much time she has? 2:48. Okay. She's young. It's not that. No, I mean, these young kids just have crazy stamina.
Yeah, but even when I was like 3 years older than her, I would just run around.
Yeah, maybe young girls are more patient. Thanks, MSG. Good to see you.
Probably true.
I'm just worried that if Andrea draws or something like that, there will be a scene about how she drew because there was a camera there or something like that. But you know what? We'll wait for the drama to unfold.
I think it's going to be fine.
We will see.
You're buying her shoes, though, if she makes it.
I am going to do the correct thing. And if they're ruined, I will buy her shoes. If they're not, then it just seems like not the correct thing. And I have to stand by my principles.
Fair enough. He's spending a lot of time here. I think he realized that he kind of... Because there's so many different pawn races in this endgame. And ironically, the thing was that if Andrea had played pawn to f4 here, then king to f6 was the only winning move. And I thought maybe that was kind of difficult to understand. But it actually turns out that after b5 was included, now king to f6 was maybe the only move not winning. Oh, apparently king d5 was the only winning move here. So it was always like there were different solutions to different problems. That's very sneaky. Apparently here this is winning.
Wait, is Andrea still drawing? I can't see the board because I have you on Discord also.
I mean, her opponent is thinking. So the only thing we're really scared about is king to g4 and then f5. She needs to find f5. He just played king g4. She has 2 minutes and 43 seconds and she needs to find pawn to f4. If she finds this move, it's going to be a draw. If she doesn't find it, she's going to lose.
Still hasn't played it? Uh-oh.
No, but she's fine. She only spent 20 seconds. She's double checking. She has a lot of time left. More than 2 minutes.
Come on, Andrea.
She's looking over on that side of the board. That's a really good sign. She's almost exclusively looking at the king side.
I'm watching. Should we put some intense music in the background, Hammer?
I don't know how to put intense music on.
What?
I'm not as
okay,
good
we
of a
pay
streamer.
you. We pay you the big bucks for the chess, not for the production.
Yeah, this is true. I can go on YouTube probably.
It's okay. It's okay. I just think it'd be cool if you put like some really intense music in the back so we all feel the pressure.
Yeah, okay. Are you trusting me to figure out the intense music?
Yeah. Do like shark music. Yeah, or just search extremely intense music.
Extremely intense music. I really like this one.
Okay. I can't hear it yet. Is it on? That's good. That's good. I like that, Hammer. That was a good choice.
She did it!
She did it? Woo! Let's go!
And now all the rest of the moves are coming in quick.
Let's go! Come on, Andrea! I may have drawn an 8-year-old, but at least she's drawn someone up. The Botez name will live on!
Are you saying she's not 8 years old? Did you ask her how old she is?
No, I don't know. I thought she was 9 because you told me she was 9. But then everyone's like, but then I come in and you said she was 8. And I was like, oh, come on, at least give me 9. Because 8 feels like a child, but 9 feels like she's close to preteen, you know?
I mean, I did repeatedly use 1 digit as a descriptor.
Okay, I don't know about that one.
We've calculated the odds of her being 8 as being approximately 5 and 6. A little bit, because we tried to anyway, calculate.
Let's forget about my opponent. Let's focus on the Botez family name. Gaining Elo here, okay?
Yeah, sorry,
I've
been watching the game, so I forgot to make the moves on the board.
Yeah.
Okay, so the only thing.
Fresh.com says she is 9. Thank you, chat. Hi, Nicola. Good to see you. Thank you. Aw, thanks for the tier 3. Appreciate it.
USCF
Also,
says she was 8 on February the 1st.
oh God.
So it's 1 in
Okay,
12,
well,
says chat.
I drew a talented child, and that's okay because she played great. Also, you guys, I don't know if Hammer has announced it, but I'm sure he has because he is our trusty commentator. But we do have a second YouTube channel where we're doing round recaps if you guys want to follow Andrea and I talking about our game. But if you don't, that's also okay. Hammer, you talked about it, right?
I mentioned it, but I made sure to mention it while I was taking a break because I didn't want people to run away from my commentary to watch your commentary.
Right, right.
Okay, this is the first moment where it could be nice for Andrea just to showcase that she knows what's up to go into the corner.
She will. I mean,
she did it. She did it.
Yeah.
Let's go. She knows. Oh, I realized I'm watching the stream instead of watching the video feed. So
she knows. She knows she's getting a draw.
So much for bad end games, huh?
Well, no, I wasn't saying I think she has bad end games.
I wasn't saying that either. But she needs to be reminded every once in a while that.
Well, I'm very happy for her.
So the point of hiding with the king in front of the pawn is that you're trying to prevent the black king from getting closer. And every time you put the king in front of the pawn when the queen is controlling both of these two squares, the black king can never approach because then it's stalemate. So you have to move the queen. He just stalemated. No.
Yay!
Did they shake hands?
I don't know. I can't really see the feed. Yeah. I'm just reading in with chat.
Shake hands. It's a draw.
Okay. Well, good job, Andrea.
It's a good result for her.
She said she's coming to my room for analysis, so she's going to get on the call soon.
Okay.
That is a great result. An Andrea interview, Pogu, exactly. Well, is there any chance that Andrea and I are going to get paired next round?
It feels kind of unlikely. Not. Oh, you have the same amount of points?
Yeah. Wait, did he not shake hands? No, of course he did.
Of course he did.
Okay, I was only reading chat. That's why I assumed, of course.
I guess you could play each other, but actually someone in chat already speculated about this and made the very good point that since you both had white, it's unlikely. So I would say no. It's probably
for the content, it would be very entertaining, but I'd rather not play each other, obviously.
You would like it? Like for the content?
I think for the content, it would be great.
Yeah. No, I mean, I would like to see it. But I feel like both of you would be so stressed out before the game.
No, this is true. Andrea said she's coming. I think that it means she's actually coming, but sometimes it takes her a while. The Ethernet is terrible. I was trying to upload a 20-minute game recap from my room yesterday, and it said it would take 33 hours, so I had to sneak into the tournament hall after hours. And by sneak in, like we asked permission, obviously, but it was also all the lights were off. So I was just sitting there in the dark, connected to the Ethernet cable, waiting for it to upload.
And you can't get a cable in your room?
I'm gonna ask. We're gonna try to figure out something. Hi, Andrea.
Hello.
Oh. Congratulations, you were lost and you got a draw.
I was winning too at some point, I bet.
Yeah, I
There
heard.
was lots of ups and downs, but okay, we'll hop. Are you on Discord?
Yes.
Can I
Hammer
join
can
you,
hear you.
chat?
Do you want to pull up Twitch on yours so that we
Yeah.
can do video on here?
There was this. It was so funny. Like chat couldn't see because they wouldn't let me film the entire arena. But there was like this line of fans watching. They were all like teenagers here after school, and they were cool as well. And they gave me candy, and then I took like 100 photos. But they were really really friendly. And these are German/Czech gummy bears.
I wouldn't mind
We can taste. Hi chat, but everyone was really friendly and really nice.
That's
The people here have been.
almost everyone. But yeah.
What happened?
Nothing.
What happened?
Nothing.
Wait, what do you mean?
I don't want to go
No,
back
tell
into-
me, please.
It's fine.
No,
Andrea.
tell me.
No.
You heard my water bottle
No,
story.
it's
I would
fine,
no.
it's
Please
fine.
share with the class. I had to share what I did to my opponent yesterday. It's your turn to share with the class.
No,
Please.
I'll tell it later.
Does stream know?
Yeah, but
Okay,
then
tell
Hammer's like,
me.
why'd you tell stream and now
Well,
I'm
it's too
stressed.
late. Tell me. It's fine.
There was an incident.
What
With
incident? You
the
pooped your
woman.
pants?
No,
What happened?
there was a
Try a
certain
gummy bear.
there was a certain individual who was interesting.
There was a tiger mom. Are you getting in a fight with a tiger mom?
We are really good.
Okay, chat. Can someone tell me? Shoe drama.
Let's not get back into it.
No, I need to know.
wanna
It'll
I
make me
actually
feel-
feel kind of bad about this because I was hounding Alexandra for taking it up in the first place, and now I kind of instigated it. You can hear it from Alexandra later, but if you want to talk about your game, this is the moment, Andrea.
Yeah. Well, to be fair, the mom of the kid I did face was a very intimidating woman, so I don't blame her.
It was very intimidating.
I don't know what happened, but I feel like
I'll tell you after.
I will back my sister up no matter, even if we're in the wrong.
No, we weren't in the wrong. I just feel bad for sure. I just don't think people actually know who she is, and I don't think they'll do anything, which is why I felt comfortable sharing you. But now I'm stressed because we have a platform.
Oh, I see.
Yeah.
Okay. Anyways, well, hi Hammer.
Hey.
No, I'm assuming. Okay, I definitely threw when I pinned my bishop, and then I was wondering if there's any other winning chances before that. I had one other idea, and I think stupid H4 must have also been the last blunder throwing a win. And then the end game, I probably shouldn't have pushed G4. Probably should have just moved my king. And our camera's gone. Hammer. Hammer. Did we just lose Hammer? Cam's gone.
Hammer?
And we have no more audio,
Are you okay
Hammer.
now?
Yeah.
No,
Okay.
no. Oh man.
You can have the gummy bears.
No, I'm struggling that I'm it's not allowing me to both have Discord and the browser up at the same time.
You can remove the chessboard.
Well, I thought
wait.
we were gonna use the chessboard to look at what happened.
Oh yeah. Okay. Well, we can just talk about the
you
moves
only
and I
have
can
one
see them
monitor,
in my
Hammer?
head.
I have two monitors, but I mean the second monitor is chat. I need a third
Yeah.
and maybe a fourth.
Hi. Hello, Tom. I see you from YouTube. Welcome.
Also, Hammer, you have to if you're not on Discord, it blocks the camera, so you have to
Yeah,
have
I
it open.
understand. Okay, I think maybe I fixed it.
And I'm a little insulted that the kid thought I didn't know my end games. At some point, he got me questioning myself, like, is this a draw? But I knew it was a draw. But he played a little longer than I expected. But
Really?
Oh my. Well, yeah. I mean, you guys saw the last couple moves, right? He checked
Yeah.
me like 7-10 times.
But he
had
didn't even approach with the queen.
Yeah, I don't know what he was doing. I'm assuming he just thought I'd blunder. But
no, I think what he did was fine.
It was not a draw. I'm talking about the very end. The very end. Wait, Alex,
Okay,
how did
I'm
you?
set up.
Okay, we'll talk about our game first. Okay, all right. I can see the board, Hammer.
Yeah, I was impressed how you managed to get the advantage after making such a basic mistake early on.
lose, and if somebody says
it's
I lost
my
again,
turn to
no, but
shine.
Chad is being, hey,
It's my game.
not
And
lost.
yesterday,
Watch your
I
mouth.
came defeated to sit with your opponent when they're nice tied yapping. It's my time to shine. Okay, show me the position.
I was just correcting chat.
No,
Sorry,
I'm
continue.
just trolling.
Yeah,
So-
unfortunately, you made this mistake early on where you block your pawn from participating in the fight for the center.
You're trolling, right?
I mean,
I'm just trolling. Very
I'm
funny.
half serious, but
No, I don't even want to discuss the opening because my opening was flawless and the Jabava was beautiful. So I will not argue about the Jabava was perfect and it got me in a great position. Everything was perfect. It was all theory. He misplayed and I knew the theory. I was very proud of the opening. Opening is the only part I'm proud of. So yeah.
I'm done with the gum. Oh, I hadn't eaten today.
But
they were so good.
I'm more curious of when I threw my advantage because I felt like I was crushing in the opening.
yeah. Well, the computer had a different opinion, but I thought G3 was a great move.
Oh wait, so does that mean? Wait, hang on. Wait, pause a second. Was the white not having an advantage like the entire opening?
No, I mean, you were almost lost at some point.
But not in the opening.
On move 10, would you
'Cause I was
define that
playing-
as the opening?
That can't be okay. Well, then I'm assuming the computer doesn't know theory. I think the eval is wrong because
Of course, you think the eval is wrong.
I mean, it is. I was playing perfect theory, if not better than theory. Like this is the computer simply doesn't know novel theory, but this is cutting edge theory, and I know because I studied it, and I played just like the books.
Okay.
Yeah,
well, the
but
computer feels that if he had traded the knights and then pushed his pawns up, it would have been a bit problematic for you.
Okay, maybe I made a mistake somewhere, but okay. Well, so when I said perfect theory, there was like a slight variation because he made a mistake, and then that means I made a mistake. But otherwise, I thought it was perfect theory. But anyways, I'll have to check the books later. It's okay. We don't have to worry about that. I'll take a look later. We can just look.
But the middle game was excellent, and how you managed to activate your pieces, I thought was really good.
I can't. I really thought I was winning the entire. I was feeling so good about myself. I thought I was, but anyway, I'll look at it later. Okay, middle game. So this was all forced. Yeah, I'm assuming my first mistake in the middle game was just pinning the bishop to the rook, unless anything else before that.
Pinning the bishop to the rook. Oh yeah, sure. Well,
Was that my?
That was a big moment in the game. Yeah.
Was there anything before that moment that was a big mistake?
Computers are really good at chess, Andrea. They will point out every little nuance that you messed up.
That Andrea had theory.
No, I did. I mean, what happened in the game is what was supposed to happen. I'm 99.9% sure because there was one, but I'll look at it later.
Money on it?
No.
That's the thing I like about poker is like in real life, people say they're 99% sure on something, but if you're 99% sure on something, you would make a bet. So that means that you don't actually know what 99% sure is.
Okay, because here's the thing. Everything I did was theory, except for the fact that he misplayed and went knight to d7 instead. And so there was like slight variation, but in those positions, you always play those like that. So maybe I should have went knight f6, but if it was a knight f6, then 100%. And I'm assuming that then my lines are just probably not favored by the computer, but they're good because a human won't find the best line.
Sure.
But I'll look.
Knight d7 was the computer's top choice, and it was found by a human.
Was knight f3 better than knight e2?
Barely, according to the engine eval, but it thinks black is slightly better after both.
Well, I studied that exact line with my coach Benzea. And the position leading up to everything before knight to d7, he told me is a very good position. So I trust him, and I don't trust Stockfish. So human over computer.
Yeah.
Because we looked at that position, and that was good
Are
position.
you sure it was the right
It
line?
was, yeah, it was definitely that
like,
position.
you're 99.9% sure?
She
No,
says
yeah, I'm
she's
pretty,
sure, Alex. Just
I'm pretty sure. Anyways,
I'm ready to let it go.
Okay, well, I'll look at it with him. If my opening prep is wrong, then I'm screwed. But I felt good. And you know what? Sometimes it's good to live in your own
Dina
fantasy.
lost? Who did she lose to?
She lost a while ago. I'm
But
just
who was her
saying.
opponent?
I don't know.
She also rated us.
Played a Grandmaster.
Oh, okay, yeah, that's fair.
Okay, so back to the end game. What notes do you have from the end game? And then also, I'm curious. I mean, I think I know what I should have done, but any notes from the middle game, and then we'll look at the end game.
But I think you were onto it yourself, right? You said B4 was a big mistake. And then you got too obsessed with kind of protecting your pawn afterwards, which meant you had to go back on your move.
Yeah. Yeah. I mean, here, so clearly, instead of before, I was looking at like rook c7. And I'm assuming rook c7 was good. Or bishop in the center. I don't remember which one.
Alex went to Prague to play an American Child.
You played an American Child?
Yes! Yes!
Wait,
From California.
With Susan Polgar.
Wait, it was Susan Student?
Yes!
Oh, that's so funny!
No, it's not funny.
Oh my god!
I'm glad I hope
that's
you get
fucking
paired with her next.
hilarious! Oh
I
my
hope
god.
she comes for
Oh my
you.
god, everything
I
makes so
hope
much
you have
sense.
to deal with the
Wait,
fury
this
of
is
her
so
next.
You realized last night when we were at dinner and we said hi to Susan.
Yes, that was her student.
Oh
That's
my
why I played.
god! I mean, listen, Susan came all the way from America to train her, so she must be a prodigy.
I mean, she's really good.
Wait, that's so
But I was
funny.
winning. But
Oh
anyway,
my
it's not
god,
about
this
me.
is
It's
so
about you.
funny.
Continue with your
Oh, I can't believe she drew to an
Okay,
American child.
Let's move on. Let's focus on
It's
your
even
game.
better because it's
Okay,
Susan's
this is Andrea
student.
time, so let's go back
Susan
to
was
Andrea.
prepping her
Andrea
against
time!
you. Imagine
Andrea
the
time!
Susan Polgar looking at your chess games. Wait, what was her rating?
Wait, is she Yuri Milner's daughter? Oh, dude, it all makes sense.
Who's Yuri?
Oh my god.
Oh yeah, she said it was a friend's daughter of a friend.
He's this like famous billionaire, and he's been training his daughter to be a prodigy. Like Magnus has done lessons with her before.
Oh my god, that's great. You should get her for an
I
interview.
actually thought about that, but I thought it's too unlikely.
No, yeah,
No,
because
this
Susan
is
said it's the
her.
daughter of a friend. That's really
No,
funny.
She's really talented.
Yeah, I mean, like you're
This Milner
blessed.
guy was big in Play Magnus, no? They were always talking about he was...
I don't know. I just heard gossip on the streets. I don't know anything
Okay.
more than he's talented, and you know what? If she
That's
took
so
my
funny.
rating and it's on her journey to become a top
What was
female
her rating?
talent, I'm here for it. She's 1800 USCF,
But
like
probably
1700.
super. Yeah, she's underrated as well.
Yeah.
Damn.
She plays
I
the
mean, look,
Berlin at 8.
I mean, good for her.
And
Good
Semi
for her.
Taraj. She plays all my old man openings. I thought it was kind of funny.
yeah, her coach is Susan Polgar. Makes sense. That's so cool. Damn.
Old woman openings then, maybe.
Did you ask her for an autograph? As she
I
did
got
with
it
you?
signed. Should I frame it?
You should. That girl's gonna
Should
do
we
great
frame
things.
her game?
I mean,
So that
that's
when
pretty
she's like
lit.
GM, I'll be like,
This is
to
not
brag.
just a 9-year-old girl. This is like, who knows what she's gonna accomplish. Pretty lit.
No, I'm happy
That
for her.
9-year-old
I
probably
hope she does
accomplished
well.
more than I did in my lifetime yet. All right,
I mean, she's higher rated than you.
USCF?
FIDE.
Oh, FIDE, yeah, but not USCF.
Yeah, but you know.
Okay, well, that's the one I know. So she's not high rated. She's not high rated.
You're gonna get high.
I'm definitely high rated
it's
because
fine,
we're
Andrea.
American
Like,
players
don't
and we
stress
go
about
by
it. It's
USCF.
good. It's fine.
Well, look, if she challenged me, I'm sure I would gain Elo if I drew her. Okay, so that middle game, Hammer. I'm here to learn because I'm gonna then do a game recap, and I want to take everything that you say and say it verbatim in my video and pretend that I understand my mistakes.
Oh, yeah, but you don't trust me. You don't trust the computer.
No, I trust
Andrea, you're
you.
offending him.
I trust everything
Also, can you
except
put your
for
hand back?
theory.
I can't read chat.
I trust everything except for when they tell me my theory is bad. Anything outside of theory is allowed. It's fair game.
But I remember us having this very same kind of fight at some point where I said...
You have a case on this thing.
Well, because I had to take
It
a
keeps
picture 'cause it was
flipping
affecting
around.
My camera
Okay,
quality.
sorry, Hammer.
We need to open
What were you
Discord
saying,
again.
Hammer? Oh shit. Sorry. 1 second. I was listening. All right, we're back.
It's fine. It doesn't show you the full screen.
Hello.
Hello.
Okay, we're listening.
Um.
Shush. I'm studying right now.
Yeah. I mean, I think there were a couple of big moments in the game.
Okay.
So one of these moments was I commented after your knight takes e4. I said I think this looks really good for white, but the computer says that black is able to push the pawns up. So it's kind of that very tricky position where it looks good, but the computer says there's like a concrete pawn advance that prevents it from actually being good.
Like your phone keeps slipping off the table.
It's
Can you make
fine.
it? No, it's not.
Doesn't cut off your head, Andrea.
It's not fine. Now I
Yes,
have
it
to
is.
sit like
No,
this.
you don't. Look over here. It's not cutting off your head. It's just all you
Oh,
see.
sorry, Hammer. Sorry, Alex's phone is really slippery, and I couldn't focus. Okay, so sorry. Do you mind just going from the top? I swear I'm listening. It was just slipping off the table.
So after this e4 and takes, I said that I really liked your position, but I was concerned that the computer said there was a concrete reason why it was good for black. So I was highlighting how you have your bishops working together, pointing down on black's queen side. But unfortunately, the computer says that this is not good anyway, because you get into trouble with this bishop being trapped by the pawn. So it's one of those things that look really good for white, but maybe in reality, it's not that impressive.
Maybe the 0.0001% chance of me making a mistake in the opening did happen. I shall send this feedback to coach and ask about the theory.
Or you could just recheck your lines. Sure.
That's what.
No. Well, the issue is he played bad.
Check if she's 99.9%.
No. I have
sure.
no. I know the line, and this isn't in the line. So the line that I know, is with knight on c6, and then we never looked at knight d7 in this position.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
You got a good position here because he kind of didn't take that one moment he had to push the pawns forward. Yeah. He waited one move, and that was all you needed to have the timing work in your favor, partly because you correctly moved your bishop back to e3, and now since he has retreated his bishop, he doesn't have the trade of bishops, allowing your bishop to have a really good positioning. And then, of course, you play very well to get this check, opening up for the queen, invade with the knight. All of this was great. One moment here I thought was interesting was bishop c5. So computer doesn't like bishop c5 because you're giving away the bishop pair. Did you consider moving the bishop back instead?
I did, but I just thought going into this endgame would be much better for me.
Okay. Well, the advantage, of course, is that the pawn on e5 is really weak.
Yeah.
And it's really tricky for him to keep that one defended.
Yeah. No, I just assumed like he was in time pressure and I was having all the attack. I did see that bishop f5 was kind of annoying, and then he definitely made a big mistake pushing f3. I think if he wouldn't, it would have been much more difficult. But so would it have been better? I considered keeping the bishop pair, and even in my head, I was like, okay, if I go bishop here, I can see Hammer going like, oh no, the bishop pair. But then I had an alternate vision of my head of you being really proud of me going into an end game with it. So I couldn't tell which vision it was.
I did.
Yeah.
I hear it too.
And I had also the vision if I would have saved the bishop pair, but then it just seemed too passive, and like my intuition was saying that in a parallel universe, Hammer would forgive trading the bishop pair because it was good for the end game. But I still don't know what was the right answer.
Yeah, me neither. Well, what you did worked, I guess. Because you got this. I don't agree calling what you said that you had an attack, but it's more like your pieces are coming to life way more quickly.
So when I was having all
these... I think he's having the attack, right? Because he has the pawn close to your king.
Yeah, but that pawn, if anything, helped me like have a weakness to attack, because that was never going to threaten anything.
I'm not sure I agree with that. And if you move on here, g3 I think was an excellent move. I would be a bit scared to let this pawn live, but you correctly assessed that it wasn't going to create any trouble. And then as we continue on here, you activate your rooks nicely. But here, bishop d5 was a huge mistake, according to the computer. Because there's a trick. Rook to e8 threatens the queen, and when the queen steps back trying to capture the black pawn, here rook to e2 utilizes the pawn's abilities as an asset and actually becomes really, really scary for you.
Okay, yeah. In my head, I was looking at, so I was thinking like, okay, the only advantage of this pawn is they have the e2 square, and then I realized the queen could never use it in all the lines I was looking, but I didn't think about the rook. That's a nice one.
I mean, I was mostly concerned about the queen somehow getting in here, but that was never really close to happening.
So then instead of moving the bishop,
well, you move the queen and then you move the bishop. It's just about the order in which you do things. By moving the queen back first, then you don't have to be afraid of getting attacked by the... and you also threaten rook to e7, right? So if he tries to use the rook against your queen, then you get rook e7 and you get this threat, and then you can go after the pawn.
And okay, so we're not scared about rook pinning our bishop? Oh yeah, we're threatening mate, I see.
I mean, we are, definitely, but we're more scared about this rook kind of establishing itself in our camp.
I see. Well, okay, we both missed the hook on e2, but that's good to know.
And then, I mean, you were just dominating here. And I understand why you did what you did. You played b4 because you didn't want to put your pawns on the same square as, colored square as your bishop, right?
No, I mean, here, I completely thought anything I would do is winning. I thought if I play the rook and I just give him the pawn, I'm winning. But then I was like, I want to leave him no crumbs to win. So then I was like, I'm not even giving him a pawn. And then I saw what happened. So I probably...
so you just missed the rook e8 idea completely, right? Because earlier you said rook to c7 you thought was winning, but then the same idea is a problem.
Maybe I would have blundered regardless. Yeah, that's true. I think I didn't see this idea at all.
And it becomes extra strong because of this pawn close to the king. Your king has no escape.
Yep.
So this pawn is really very powerful. It's a thorn that you need to get rid of ASAP.
I did not sense the danger. So him pushing was a good move for him.
What do you mean? Oh, pawn to f3? Yes, that was a good move.
I thought he had made a mistake when he pushed. I didn't realize it because I just thought he could never actually use it as an asset. But I see now.
Well, the pawn is going to be weak regardless, right? Because even when the pawn was one step further back, it was not really being defended by any of his pieces, any of his other pawns.
Yeah.
So it was always going to be a problem, and then it's better to have it as a problem further up.
Okay. All right. So then I'm trying to think how I should have prevented. I'm assuming I should have just moved my bishop instead to prevent the pin.
Well, I mean, computer wants you to go a4.
A4. Oh, that's such a simple move. Jesus.
I guess basically you're just going bishop g4 next move, trying to eliminate the pawn.
Man. And you know what? If I didn't have to argue with his mother for my first 10 minutes of the game, I would have had an extra 10 minutes in this position, and then I wouldn't have lost this mistake.
You didn't argue on your time, did you?
I did, yes. I lost 10 minutes because she was arguing with me.
Oh, that's actually kind of messed up.
Well, no. I mean, to be honest, though, like, they have the right to say they don't want to be on camera, even though the arbiter... Technically, they don't, but here's the story.
The problem is you were there late.
No, I was there perfectly on time, actually, right when the game started. Okay, I was there 1 minute, or maybe 2 minutes late. 2 minutes late. 2 minutes late at most. Anyways, 2 minutes usually just enough. However, here's the thing. So every... the tournament director, the host who invited all the streamers because it's good and gets publicity for the tournament and it helps them, had told everyone that by entering this tournament, you are giving permission to be on camera. But guess what? I show up to my game perfectly on time, which in my world is 1 or 2 minutes late, but that's really good anyways. And then I
This
go,
is like the Victoria
and then
Beckham meme. Tell me what you meant when you said on time, Andrea.
and then
You were late.
and then the
Like
mom
always.
begins arguing, and then I go to the tournament arbiters. I'm like, hey, like they don't want to be on camera. What should I do? And guess what? Well, this is honestly kind of sad, but the tournament arbiter, who's the one who set all the rules, who would have been there to defend me, is currently in the hospital right now fighting for his health. So then there was no one there to defend me. Bless his soul. I hope he's okay in the hospital. So then I had to take on the mom, and then I lost 10 minutes on the clock. And then in the end, I just settled and I said, fine, I'll move the camera. And then because of those 10 minutes, I didn't see A4, and I would have won. So at the end of the day, it's all the Tiger Mom's fault. Okay, that's all.
We can't call her Tiger Mom because we don't want to cause anyone to be upset at her.
I'm upset at her. She caused me to be upset at her, and I will, and that's all. Okay, but anyways, we can continue with the game, Hammer. Sorry, just had to let it out.
Yeah, so then, I mean, also rook c4, right? You just went back and forth. So it would have been better to just give up this pawn and instead focus on going after his pawns.
Yeah. Well, I saw rook c4 because I thought I had something against the pin, but I was playing quickly, would have had more time. Mom didn't argue with me, but yeah.
But then you kind of, you composed yourself very well to just admit your mistake, go back, lose a pawn, but then have this pressure against the black pawns. And then he, of course, blundered massively when he thought he could defend the pawn, and you exploited this very nicely.
I got really weird, but
yeah.
I guess we both weird.
And then, rook e7, and you're just much better.
Rook e7. Man. Wait, what the hell did I do here?
You played h4.
Oh God. I hate when I make these moves because in the moment I think I'm such a genius and such exquisite taste and intellect. And this move, in my head, I was like, everyone's gonna love this move because I'm gonna mate him. But then it just threw the win. And I saw rook e7, but I decided to complicate things because I thought I was being exquisite, but I was not.
Yeah. And then his move to trade the rooks was very good, and now it becomes tricky.
Oh, and here was king the better move, or no? Or maybe it didn't matter.
I would say because you moved your king, you had to go into a pawn endgame, and the pawn endgame is very, very tricky.
Yeah. So you say...
I mean, you could see, like, I'm sure you saw the pawn endgame and you were like, we have the equal amount of pawns, but the reality is that that position is just very, very dangerous, even with lots of time.
Here's my question. So we both were low on time, and so I saw that, yes, we'll go into the pawn game, but the way I rationalized it was my king is closer in the center, and already my pawns are like one move more advanced. So naturally, I should have a bit of the advantage, and then we're both under time pressure, so it was worth the gamble. And I'm assuming I just shouldn't have pushed my pawn, but maybe it wasn't worth it.
Yeah, no, in this case, the more important factor is that he's closer to being the one with the outside pawns. So he's the one who can distract your king away, and actually it actually favors him to have fewer pawns on the side where he has the extra pawns, because there's something about how it's easier for him to give up, kind of rid the board of every pawn on that side, whereas if he has to like sacrifice 2 pawns on that side, suddenly you get a passed pawn on the flank where he's trying to distract your king. So it favors him that he can get rid of every pawn.
Yeah.
And while your king is taking care of business there, he's going to go to the opposite flank, and then he can just...
Yeah, that's what I realized. Ow. I realized that when it was too late. But if I would have taken the rook and the bishop takes, then I'm assuming I'm getting my pawn back. But I'm not sure. Am I just going to be down a pawn? Oh, wait, no, it's a pawn trade.
You already got the pawn back.
Yeah. Ugh, man, here I felt like, I should have just done this. And then you take, and then...
I thought this looks better for black, but computer says it's better for white.
Yeah,
but I just assumed with the 2 versus 1 on the far side that black is a bit better.
Did computer like this position or my position better?
Oh, it likes this much better than the pawn endgame. Yeah.
Well, then how do you play this as white?
Bishop d5 to prevent the king from getting in.
Mm-hmm.
And
then you just...
And then I think you just rush your king into the middle.
Yeah.
It's a draw.
Oh, and you're playing for a draw here.
Well, I mean, I would be playing for a draw here. I feel like with the potential outside passed pawns, it could be dangerous.
I see. That is not good news. Okay, so I was kind of doomed here. It was everything that I was...
The rook trade was very good for him.
Yeah. Okay, now in the end game, was there any chance for me? I'm assuming I shouldn't have pushed g4, and I should have just put my king in the center.
Yeah.
I don't even know. Again, this is like... I know internally that it's much better to just put the king first.
I use my phone. You could use Twitch on here. Do you mind calling off of yours so that I can do some work while you're analyzing?
Yeah.
No. All you do is you
Sure.
Okay. My phone for yours, and you could use my laptop.
All right, Hammer. Sorry, I know Hammer. It's been long. I'm almost okay. I'm gonna call you really quick on mine.
Alex is playing Minesweeper. That's a funny one, Justin.
You, Hammer.
Okay. Sorry, Hammer.
How do I flip flop? How do I turn my camera? It's been so long. Oh, okay. All right. So, well, this is not good. Okay. All right, we'll do this. All right. Hammer?
Yeah.
Hello. Okay. All right. I'm ready.
Well, you said I should have moved the king up, and I said yes.
Andrea, can we both use your caption?
Really?
I
Okay.
want to use it on Twitter.
I'll ask. Okay, Hammer. Sorry.
Is she stealing your caption?
Yeah. Well,
not
let me.
It's a random person.
No, yeah, but I'm the one who thought about outsourcing it. It was my idea. Okay, so let me. Okay, how about we'll ask Chat and Hammer. Okay. So here's the deal. So I have this funny photo of me playing chess, and I was like, this photo is really memeable, but I'm not funny enough to come up with a funny caption because my brain's really fried. So I'll leave it to Twitter, so that I put it on Twitter and said, come up with your best meme caption. And then this one Twitter guy did come up with a really good caption. And then Alex saw it and then replied when I already decided I was going to use his caption. And she's like, I'm yoinking this. And I'm like, no, I asked Twitter to give me a caption. And then I like that one. And then she only saw it because I replied to it. And now she wants to steal my caption. Also, chat, this was the shoe. Wait, can I see?
No, actually, I'm not getting back into it.
Show me where there's anything on this shoe. I don't think she should be allowed to steal it.
Sorry.
I think you need to outsource your own funny captions to your own Twitter. But then again, okay, we can rock, paper, scissors later for it. Let me finish my chess. Okay, Hammer, let's finish the chess.
Yeah.
Okay, so the end game. So let me explain. Well, see, I pushed the pawn knowing, every time this happens, and this happened in Charlotte against the kid as well, I push a pawn when you could just make your life much easier. I also didn't know we get another 30 minutes, so I was blitzing
Andrea.
anyways.
You don't know the rules of the event you're playing in?
I just assumed. I don't know. I didn't check. I assumed if it was, I was going to find out, and I forgot to check. But I'm assuming if I would have checked, it would have maybe changed things as well. But now I know all the rules. Now I know the notation rules.
Yeah,
and
well,
the time
that really explains. Okay, yeah. Well, I mean, apparently you could have made a draw on move 41, but you played really quickly.
Yeah, but I was playing for a win. I was playing for the win, though.
Well, and also you thought you were about to lose on time if you didn't move, right?
Yeah, but I also thought he was going to lose on time first.
Okay.
That's embarrassing.
Okay,
well, at least I didn't lose to a 9-year-old child. I didn't lose! I've had it with everyone!
8.
So even if I would have put my king in the center, it would have still been a draw?
Apparently, but I think it's tricky for you.
So it was, it was kind of hopeless. And then from here, it was just, there was nothing. I'm assuming he had a win.
If you go to the left in this situation, then the king shoulders you and has some ability of going after your pawns. Like, this is super tricky. But on the other hand, if you go to the right and then they go to the left and you follow, then these pawns start running and it's also super tricky. Like, computer is saying it's a draw, but it feels very unpleasant for white.
Oh, it was. It was extremely unpleasant. And there was just hordes of people watching me for like an hour.
Yeah. Well, also you were dead lost at that point. After G4, it's just winning for black.
Wait, sorry, the position was a little bit delayed. Let me wait. I have a bit of a delay on Twitch. After G4. Oh. Man, I miss when Twitch was on Alex's phone. It was much faster. I need to wait for it to load. 1 second, Hammer. Hey, sister.
I'm working.
You're just on Twitter.
No, I'm replying to our photographer.
I
We
can't
need to
see the
post today.
position. Okay. Anyways. Okay, that's fine. It's too delayed.
No, just put on a lower setting, and then you're good.
How is your computer so slow?
Andrea, it was 33 hours to upload a 20-minute video yesterday. I had to stay up and go. You know what I had to do. It's not my computer. Stop putting my computer down.
Okay,
Why
I
am
can
I
see.
so
Oh,
stupid
G4.
today?
Duh, this G4. Ah, okay, gotcha. Okay. Okay.
It was a very interesting game, though.
Uh,
And I feel like you deserve
yeah.
to get something out of it.
Yeah, I mean, I thought I was winning in the opening, so
Yeah, that you were
you know.
not. Well,
Yeah, I need to go over that stuff. I'm a little confused.
well, I mean,
but
I kind of respect you for being optimistic, but at the same time, I don't respect you for kind of dismissing, you know, the advice of your elders.
well, to be fair, my coach is also was older than me, and they told me that line was good.
Unless you misread the line.
I didn't. We sat on Discord and we reviewed our lines for an hour before the game. And we looked at that exact position, but we did not look at 97. We just looked at bishop takes. So
Yeah,
maybe
but chess
there
isn't
was a
that
clue.
black and white, Andrea. It's like
I know, that's what I've been learning.
a position can be good in certain lines, and it can be especially good. Like, it can be good even though the computer says it's bad for you because you understand the plans and the way to move forward very well. But there's a difference between saying, you know, I thought I was winning, and then being disappointed that kind of you were not winning, right? Thinking that you're winning is one of the biggest kind of cheat codes in chess, because having that optimism is actually super valuable. But you need to pair it with a certain degree of, like, there's some middle ground to be had. And it's also important to realize that even when, you know, you're doing well, even with a big advantage, maybe it doesn't necessarily mean you're going to win. But also, it's really good to have that, the optimism in your...
The wisdom. Well, it's very true. I definitely went into that trade thinking that I had already played a really beautiful cutting edge theory game. So I went into it very confident. And I was up on time and I caught up. And it was the first game but yeah, I'll definitely look at the theory and figure out what went wrong. And
well,
otherwise
nothing
than
went
the theory,
wrong. You got a huge advantage into the middle game. And it's like I
Yeah,
said,
well,
right? It looked good for white, but it turned out to be good for black according to the computer. But this is also like, you can play stuff that's objectively good for black, but still feel good about it because you understand the plans. You knew to play a e4. You knew you wanted to get your bishops pointing.
I get what you're saying. That's true. And I don't think he knew the plans there. I knew the plans, but I don't think he did.
I don't think he necessarily did either.
I think it worked.
It definitely worked, but it's still like there's a balance to be had between, yeah. Well, it worked. It was a good game.
No, I see you. There's a balance between living in your own delusions.
You've heard the story about flying too close to the sun, right?
Well,
come on, Andrea, you've heard it.
Yeah, yes, of
The
course. No, of
story of
course,
hubris.
yes, of course, I know it.
Okay, what
yes.
happens in the story?
There,
And
his
what's the
wings,
story?
his wings burned, and his father told him not to go to the sun, and then he died.
Good.
Dad told me that story as a little girl.
Yes, Icarus.
It's one of my favorite one. All right. Well, that's a very good analysis, Hammer. Thank you, Kimster.
Thank you, chat.
I'll do some recap on the openings. Trying to think.
Are we gonna see a YouTube recap? From
Yeah,
you?
I need to go. Did you post yours?
Yes.
Oh,
It has a whole 500 views.
Hey, Caspian, thank you for the 5 gifties. It was very funny. I filmed one last night. Actually, I filmed 30. But I was so tilted, and I had just kept like everything was going wrong that I rage quit my game recap, and I was just gonna post the 7 minutes of me rage quitting. Well, actually, I was gonna put it at the end of Alex's game recap, but then there wasn't room. So I don't know if my first game recap's gonna make it. If it is, it's just gonna be me rage quitting after 7 minutes of going on tangents. So, anyways, however, I will film a game recap for this one. But yesterday I did massive tilt.
But now you're feeling better.
Yeah, much better. I mean, I was also really sick and just like mentally not there. I'm feeling much better today as well.
We miss you, MSG. You're always so positive, and Clock of Omens. There's a few chatters I always remember, and it's good to see you guys here. In fact, why don't we give MSG a VIP? Can you type in chat?
You do it.
Fine. I'll do it.
Okay. Well,
I like the nice chatters.
all right. Well, chat. I'll wait for Alex to do the VIP so I can read chat. I'm trying to think if there's any other notes from this game.
Done.
I think we got the main takeaway. We're playing at the same time tomorrow. I don't know what time it is in America. I just know. But now I know the rules to the tournament and the FIDE rules, so tomorrow's a new day.
That's embarrassing. But so you know, in the first round, I realized I didn't know the rules. So like in minute 1, I went to ask a tournament arbiter. I was like, at 40 minutes, how much time do you get? You gotta know these.
See,
things.
I had that thought, but I was like, I'd rather
get to time.
Yeah,
session,
I'd rather find
best.
out than
find out,
have
baby.
the arbiter think that I don't know the rules at a tournament.
Now you had the arbiter, chat, Hammer, and the girl yesterday think that.
Yeah. Well, now I know all the rules. There's no more surprises.
Okay, let's let Hammer go. He had a long day. Hammer, thank you so much.
Is Hammer still here?
Yeah.
I don't think he's here anymore.
I'm definitely still
Also,
here.
is there any official... Alex. Is there any way to raid them? By the way, guys, if you're ever thinking of a tournament, this one has been really nice so far.
Okay, Alex, find someone to raid.
I did last time I was here, but we haven't this time yet.
I wanted to go to the mall because I have no clothing because all my baggage is still gone, but we didn't have time.
Should we raid Kugelbush? She's playing chess.
Sure.
Or Sepper's raiding. We're good then.
Okay, sounds good. Thank you, Sepper.
I like this Hammer guy. Aww.
Hammer is great. Hammer, you've been doing a great job. Thank you for carrying the stream.
Okay, I'll be back tomorrow. That's 3 p.m. Prague time, 9 a.m. Eastern, 6 a.m. Pacific, for those crazy people doing that. This has been Andreas Happy Face making a draw against a higher rated opponent. Almost a win, almost a loss. She's eager to do even better. Alexandra has made a draw against what could be a future star. This could be the leap day we talk about for ages.
I drew a future world champion. That's the narrative. And I almost beat her, and I could have.
Hammer, I have one small request.
Yeah.
Okay, actually, we're starting the raid. Well, Alex Benzea, my coach who prepped me, just replied.
Is he live?
No, he doesn't stream, but he could. I didn't tell you about Knight BD7 to avoid confusion. I just added 3 model games about it.
So your prep was wrong?
Well,
No,
he didn't tell me about it.
He didn't expect her opponent to be so good to find this Knight D7.
Yeah. Move. Yeah, well, to be honest, we had no games on my opponent. We reviewed like 100 Jobava lines. I didn't know what he would play.
Wow.
But I guess I was, he didn't have any games. He definitely prepped for me. I didn't prep for him.
And for anyone asking, we're
Shit. Bye, chat. See you guys all tomorrow. Okay, Hammer.
Bye.
Well, thank you, Hammer. Get some rest. Thank you again. Bye.